Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SoundGoblin gaming stream. SoundGoblin Storytime. Sorry, brain's a little everywhere this morning. Getting the side stream set up for our co-hosts here.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. Just making up the Discord message and then we'll be on our way.
Yep.
So apparently decided to do everything out of order this morning.
That's how we do.
Stream started. What do we have to do? Everything else. Got it. All right. Stream started. Side stream going. All right. Now time to wake up.
Time to eat breakfast, then wake up.
I find it's much more efficient to eat breakfast while you're still sleeping. Spend less time now.
Just rig a bucket to dump cereal and milk into your mouth.
Don't sleep on Twitch. It's against terms of service. Also, if we're talking about eating breakfast and then sleeping, it's much more conducive to eat breakfast next to Krampus's bed while he's asleep.
No, I wasn't gonna bring it up.
To be fair, it didn't have to. Was it even breakfast time when that happened?
Yeah, no, it was morning.
Okay. It's Krampus and sleeping. It doesn't have to be night/morning.
Alright. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for that. Alright. Welcome to SoundGoblin Storytime on a Sunday stream here at SoundGoblin Gaming. I am, as always, your host, the Krampus.
I'm Bograt.
Not true.
I'm Hunter Green.
And I'm Vincent.
Alright. And we are getting into the final trial of Danganronpa. And by that I mean the investigation phase of the final trial of Danganronpa.
Yes.
Yeah, most likely today we will be finishing off the actual main game, and then next week we'll show off the school life post-game mode.
Alright.
Rocky investigation.
Yep. So if you'll recall last time,
Everyone
we were
ran
killed.
off.
We were executed in a blatant ploy by the mastermind of the whole operation. After he tried to kill
Kyoko.
Kyoko, thank you. God, my brain is not working
Yes,
this morning for
he
some
tried
reason.
to frame
I'm sorry.
Kyoko. Kyoko said an outright lie that we didn't bring up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We took the
Thus,
fall
we
for
were
her
killed.
to expose it.
Killed. Dropped into a garbage pile because
Yeah.
Alter Ego showed up last minute.
Yep, and then we basically, we and Kyoko essentially made a deal with the mastermind saying, look, you broke the rules, and while you may not care about that, the viewers sure do. So, we are saying, give us one more chance here. We'll redo the trial, but do it for real this time. And, if we win, you basically have to let us all go. If we lose, you get to kill us all.
Yeah. It's the trial not just to determine who the murderer is of the body that we found in the garden last chapter, but also to reveal all of the secrets of Hope's Peak Academy. We'll start with the newly opened second floor of the dormitory.
So, buckle in. This chapter has a lot of shit to go through. This stream may potentially end up running longer.
Yeah.
Possibly not, just because we, Krampus has already run through this fairly recently to get to a certain point, so...
I mean, based on how long it took him to get through it when he ran through it after our stream yesterday, we should be able to get it done today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, something definitely happened.
Yep. This entire floor here has just been destroyed.
Yeah, so this is the second floor of the dorms where Kyoko went after getting the
It's not that door.
key, basically.
Well, it's just got a locker with a
A
giraffe. on
giraffe
it.
coming out of a giraffe.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to see what was there.
That's
Did you
if
have a
anything
giraffe in
about-
your lockers at school?
No, we didn't have lockers at school.
Yeah.
I guess they wanted to keep all the giraffes themselves. I see an
Correct.
obvious hidden door there.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll be getting to that real soon.
Indeed.
I think I owned a PC like that. You can see it there in the corner
It would
there.
seem...
I think it's a
Yeah.
compact.
I think you're right.
There's been a lot of times when they've used, like, a stock photo of something and just kind of blurified it to make it fit in more with the aesthetic.
However,
Owner of the PC did not know to delete their
in other
internet history.
words,
Oh man.
I can't even imagine what else is in that search history.
Best not to contemplate it at all.
For being real, probably nothing terribly interesting. Jin Kisaragi was not,
However-
or Kirigiri was not actually a terribly interesting person.
whew, correct.
I don't know why I went to the BlazBlue character instead of the Danganronpa character.
Me either.
I don't even fucking play BlazBlue.
And it's not even that great of a character in that series anyways.
Maybe my off morning is just contagious.
Entirely possible.
Makoto, you're incredibly naive.
That's
I saw it, and
okay.
it
We have the
immediately
person
knew
who
hidden
thinks
door.
for us here.
What, a naive character in this
Indeed.
game? Never.
I will say, moving on to the next game we're going to be doing story time on is going to be a slight breath of fresh air in that regards, at least.
But the main character's not an idiot.
Yeah, the protagonist of Virtue's Last Reward is not, in fact, a fucking moron.
Excellent.
He's a pervert, but he's not a moron.
Indeed.
On what scale of pervert are we talking about?
Yeah, we'll talk about it more when we get there.
However,
Gee, I wonder what the password is. Could it be Kyoko? Please don't be something as that.
Like the admin.
The password is password.
it's true.
You know, I think I'd prefer that trope, honestly. Or the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, yeah, but we still have to show that Jin actually cared about Kyoko.
Yeah.
I think it would have been great if, in the same vein as the New Vegas joke, when you have a certain level of luck, you can guess the password for the robotics facility. I think if Makoto just, like, slammed his hand on the keyboard, like, 3 or 4 times and got the password.
Clearly it's.
What?
There's no way
what?
that's going to... Oh. So yes, Makoto correctly deducing that Kyoko has never tried her own name as the password.
Ultimate detective, folks. Ultimate detective.
High
She's the
school level.
ultimate detective, she just also has the ultimate blind spot.
No. Remember, this is the English translation. They never say high school level.
That's true.
Yeah. And anyway, even in the original translation, super high school level meant you were the best in the world at something.
Yeah.
In this game, it's not so apparent. In later games, we're gonna meet people who can do BS anime stuff.
I mean,
with
we
their
already
super high school
literally-
level talent.
We already talked about the super high school level botanist.
Yes.
And, you know, super high school level programmer who created an AI that fits on a laptop.
Yes.
It was incorrect.
So, like, we know the password's gonna be Kyoko, but at the same time, how is this person still the headmaster? They should have been fired for that awful password security.
You've
Why?
never worked at a school, have you?
I
Yeah.
wanted
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you. During my student teaching, the principal of one of the schools I taught at literally had their password on a post-it note on their monitor.
Yeah. When I was in high school, I did teaching with the book clerk. Yeah, same thing.
Not even in like an obscure way where you could think it was
On
some
the
random note either.
monitor.
Well, no. Like, I mean, literally, the post-it note said password and then their password.
Yeah. On the monitor.
Look, they're obviously just a character in an adventure game.
Not even the common decency to do something clever, like put it on the underside of their keyboard. Happy birthday!
We can't not open it. It's a gift.
Makoto.
It'd be rude.
It's probably just a present for her. As a matter of fact, it's almost certainly a present for her, considering this room.
Yes.
Also, yeah, the photo in the background.
It seem
It would seem that your dad's a creep. Because this is a really weird secret room to make.
anyway.
And inside the present is another box.
I'm hoping.
What's in the box?
Gwyneth Paltrow's head.
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
Get on with it.
Who's ready?
It was a puppy.
For a visit from the birthday skeleton.
Oh, well, that's not fun.
Yep, definitely a present for Kyoko.
Oh. Well, bet that was her father.
That was the last thing I expected to find in such a joyful box. that is one of the best lines in the game for me.
What do you mean that doesn't your fault? Jesus Christ, Kyoko! This is what I thought.
I'm sorry, do you not understand Kyoko logic?
Human
There could be
bones!
nothing but a human bones inside that box.
How could you have known that?
These are things you learn. He's the greatest detective.
Did your father regularly gift you entire skeletons thrown in a box?
You're assuming that present is from her father.
Dreaded. You were assuming. I guess it could be a severed head, but instead of all of his
Correct.
bones.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
but a head's gonna rot.
yeah. It's just that she said she was expecting his body, not necessarily the bones. I'm like, how would his entire body
Well,
fit in this
yeah,
box?
yeah, it's kind of a
Blender?
weird line.
Blend tech? Will it blend? Even if it's blending, you have to dehydrate for a while.
So,
I mean, it's not like there's other people on the planet that could possibly be one of them. But hey, who knows?
Not many of them are inside Hope Peak Academy.
True.
We snapped his bone in half and count the rings to see how old he was.
That's
just-
trees, not bones.
I'm just assuming Kyoko has memorized the dental records of her father and is able to do a complete forensic analysis at a glance.
To be
Oh.
honest, that's true.
Also, I hope you guys like this Monokuma section, because this flashback is going to get brought up like 5 different times.
Uh-huh.
We get that it's important, but because of the non-linear nature of collecting the clues, they really
They have
want to
to put it-
hammer this point home.
Yeah, they have to put it in most of the clues so that whatever clue you happen to go to first.
Makes sense.
And again, this being a kind of fairly low budget game, actually, all
in
told,
other words,
and pretty hastily put together, they didn't want to do the complex programming of having like a flag that just says, yes, they have seen the flashback, you don't have to play it for them again.
To
you're
wit,
saying-
when... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So what you're saying is practically every place we go to during this investigation is going to have that same flashback?
Almost all the clues, almost all the new clues we come across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to show up literally everywhere, but I'm not exaggerating when I say that that thing's going to come up like 5 times before the trial.
Yeah, for the additional investigation we're doing, there are a handful of clues we run into that are just kind of going more in depth on things we've already investigated as part of the Chapter 5 investigation. But anything new we run into, anything dealing with anything that we're finding clues that are specifically about the mysteries of Hope's Peak Academy as opposed to the murder and like the body and all that, typically we're going to see the thing reminding us like nobody has been in Hope's Peak Academy other than the 16 students.
They're really trying to hammer home that if you haven't figured out yet, the mastermind is one of the students.
Yep.
Yeah, clearly it's Mukuro Kasaba.
But she's dead.
Despair!
I mean, assuming that body was.
Clearly it's one of the dead students, though as said previously, it'd be hilarious if it's any of the dead students, literally.
why would you?
I mean,
And they just made up an ending for each of them.
I'm gonna just put this out here right now. Within the Danganronpa series, being dead doesn't mean you're not a mastermind.
Yeah.
Whether or not that applies specifically to this game, I won't say. But I can guarantee you that through the course of the series, we do in fact get some Saw shit where events have been organized by
Why?
somebody who was already dead.
That figures. Oh, not her cars.
Yes, his father.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got a photo of...
Also, yes, Gendo Ikari.
No, it's important to know, by the way, because they don't actually go into this really in this game. Jin didn't want to leave his family.
Ah,
His father disowned him from the family because Jin didn't want to be a detective.
I figured. Zoned for not inheriting the
Hey.
family detective shop.
Yeah, he was straight up like, get the fuck out of here. You're not a Kitty Giddy anymore, and leave your daughter. She'll be the next Kitty Giddy detective. No, you don't have any say in this.
So yeah, apart from the resolution of Kyoko's storyline with her dad, at least most of it, in this room, we also get this emergency e-handbook.
Oh.
In other words,
In case of emergency, breaky handbook. Quick to the sauna.
it would seem...
So yeah, we hold on to the e-handbook, probably because Kyoko still doesn't want to deal with anything involving her father.
Yeah.
And this is her father's e-handbook.
Hey,
But that's convenient because we need to use the e-handbook in a certain place.
so...
As a crowbar.
Good, it's to get into the girls' locker room.
No.
Plan finally comes to fruition.
Hey. Correct.
Get into the girls' locker room and realize that there's no one there.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just a second.
So yeah, it's a nice little character moment, and it's more of a character moment that we get for anyone else in this game, apart from, like, a couple of the murderer confessionals after the trials.
It makes enough sense. Kyoko is the closest thing to a female
Anyway.
lead that the game actually has.
Yeah. She's also, by and far, one of the most likable characters in Danganronpa 1.
Yeah, considering the ones that aren't murderers,
I would agree with that statement only by virtue of her being like neutral and lacking a personality for the majority of the game, as opposed to having a bad one.
Yes, I don't
Yeah.
hate Kyoko, and she does have moments of both character growth, like you saw there, and
It-
is genuinely helpful to investigations. Because
Except for that
someone
time she
had
tried
to
to kill
be.
us. Also, the few moments of character interaction she does have is generally a basically suffering idiot's well straight man moment.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Okay,
She's suffering
so-
idiots to get through things, but then she also is totally willing to throw some of the bombs to get the bottom of the mystery.
Yeah.
This is something I want to point out that I brought up way back when we first hit this particular thing. Everybody immediately jumped to the conclusion that the headmaster was the mastermind because Alter Ego found in the school files that the headmaster was the one that was in charge of the staff of Hope's Peak Academy and was the one that decided to, isolate the students inside Hope's Peak Academy. It was never actually said in any way, shape, or form that the headmaster was the mastermind. They just all immediately went with they just all immediately went with that. All Alter Ego said was the headmaster was in charge of the people that decided to isolate everyone inside the school. Literally never said anything about them being involved in the killing game.
And also,
Here's
part
this
of
scene again.
part of the reason we keep coming back to this scene isn't just because they want to hammer home this point, but because it keeps getting recontextualized. Like here, the reason he's remembering it now when he remembered it before is because he was thinking about that conversation. He was bringing up the same thing Josh was. And bringing up Bograt was. That we all assumed that the mastermind was the headmaster based on what Alter Ego had told us, but according to Monokuma and what he said, the only people who've been here since the killing game began are the 16 students.
Clearly, Makoto has been the mastermind this entire time. This is a heavy rain situation.
God.
Ah, bonjour. I heard someone talking about me, David Cage.
I am thinking, in my next game, I will put in a system where you decide to wipe from front to back or back to front after using the bathroom.
Okay. So, we're done in the
It
headmaster's
is how you
room.
say realism. An important element in the video game.
Anyway, so we passed by this room before, but, Hunter was half right. We are going to a locker room. It's just not, like, a changing room. This is just kind of a general storage area for students.
Who bolted that plate? Why bolted that plate? Why the cross one? That's like
I could make a reasonable
literally
guess
doing
as to
nothing.
I could make a reasonable guess as to who did that. I couldn't make a reasonable guess as to what or to why. So anyway, as you notice, a lot of the lockers are either bolted shut with plates or just broken. But there's a couple of lockers in this room that aren't broken, and all of them have keycard readers on them.
Normally, you would need the student's e-handbook to open this.
Yeah.
However, if you have the headmaster's e-handbook, you could just fucking open them.
Yeah. Makoto's even gonna demonstrate that.
That is why we needed to go to the headmaster's office before we came here.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Saves time.
Otherwise, we couldn't fucking do anything here.
Wait, what?
That's right.
Case of
We found our-
emergency. Break glass.
We've let slip our little secret. We've been talking this whole time that the next SoundGoblin Storytime game was going to be Virtue's Last Reward. But surprise, it's actually going to be Omicron the Nomad Soul.
No, it's
That
not.
game's unstreamable.
No, it's not, because that game will keep crashing.
Yeah. The
We
technical difficulties.
tried Omicron the Nomad Soul.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure why you guys ran into issues with that. I've had no problems running it, actually.
I couldn't tell you.
No. This car is
Anyway.
floating here.
So in this locker, yes, there's a floating pocketbook. Also, for the upcoming class trial, it is very important to note that this is the locker pocketbook.
Yeah. So it's a girl's handwriting. Very precise.
Well, that rules out Hina.
They're not going to be coy about this for too long.
No.
Yeah.
So,
It's weird that I can't imagine a worse father became her catchphrase.
Say. Hey, Kyoko, let me introduce you to the character of Sho Tucker.
yeah, so
Aw,
so this
man.
is Kyoko's pocketbook, and it talks about her meeting with her father to talk about his plan. Except, according to Kyoko, she came here to find her father and never got a chance to meet him.
Well, she did say that she lost her memory. She didn't get back
But
all her
even,
memory.
even after she got her memory back, though, she has maintained that she never got a chance to meet her father.
I like how he puts the pocketbook down, ruminates on what he's thought of, and then grabs it again and looks just as shocked.
Someone revved up the question marks.
There's another page of interesting notes here.
Yep. Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There is a second despair.
Alright, locker pocketbook has been added.
Fuck it.
Now, as you might surmise,
Door, more locker.
yeah, because we have to specify that that's the locker pocketbook, there's another locker thing that we're going to get access to.
A locker pocket first.
The locker gun.
What's this?
Well, gee, I wonder whose locker that is.
Yeah. Kind of obvious.
It's a very expensive looking crystal ball.
Also, a shit ton of money.
Stacks and stacks of cash.
Didn't do a lot of studying.
Yep, and just has his name right on the cover. Yasuhiro Hagakure.
This actually is a school.
Well, currently it's a slightly more scrupulous reality TV show.
Ah, locker notebook. That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why we have to make note that Kyoko's thing is specifically the locker pocketbook.
Has to be some kind of explanation. Whether it's a good one, we'll find out.
It's not.
No, it actually is a pretty good explanation.
Okay. So we are done on the second floor of the dormitories. We have business elsewhere. This investigation phase kind of takes you all over the school, to be expected for the final trial.
Yeah. Yeah, we can cover
So-
all the school missions.
One of the things that Monokuma mentioned last time before we all broke off to the investigations was that all the doors in the school are now unlocked, including this locked door to the bio lab. Permanently locked, I should say.
Yes. It stands for research and wrestling.
That makes sense. All right, which one of those things there has a tyrant in it? Look for a thermostat.
Alright, I've seen this before. We're gonna need some dry ice.
Alright, it's another one of those, you have to inspect things in the proper order thing.
Yep.
In horror movies and stuff.
Instruction manual. Please forgive our horrible typeface and positioning.
No, I'd fire the person who made that manual.
Yeah.
I mean, this fails on multiple levels.
They offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package for your morgue.
I'm sure the school's cheapo and didn't get the leather package.
Almost certainly.
Though granted,
Oh.
looking at that instruction manual closer, they really went cheap on the graphic. Is actually what it really came down to.
I get the feeling that Hunter noticed something.
What are you hawing about, Hunter?
Huh. 9 of them have blue light.
Uh-huh.
And assuming that the 6 students we know of, including us, are not the mastermind, that would leave 7 people not dead. 7 plus 9 equals 16.
That is correct. You can do math.
I'm willing to bet that every single one of those stores a body of a dead student. So we'll just go through there and figure out who the fuck's missing. Oh, wait, no. Mokuro's body's not in there. Never mind. Also, Mondo became butter. I don't know why they would store. Well, no, store butter in the fridge. That makes sense. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
I mean, you don't need to store butter in the fridge, but they're storing butter in the fridge.
I'm pretty sure, like the container butter, like you're supposed to store that in the fridge after opening.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Fake butter, sure, but actual butter you can store out.
Yes, but Mondo became Mondo butter, not actual
That's
butter.
true. I don't know how well Mondo butter holds.
Yeah.
Well, also, Makoto's not going to go through all of these morgue things and open them up. Dead bodies are gross.
Yeah, we can't use that to figure out who the mastermind is.
Can we just fetch Kyoko, who will do it without complaint?
Seriously.
Heck, look at the stack of tarps.
Been seeing a lot of those recently.
There's a lot of tarps in this school. Who would have thunk?
They're pretty useful.
Okay. I'm gonna head off to the dojo.
Okay, so strictly speaking, because real butter is kind of just animal fat to begin with, we can make the assumption that Mondo butter is made by the reduction
What do you
of
want?
the body fat of Mondo himself. At which point it would hold basically just as well as any other animal fat butter.
Oh, fair enough.
So perfectly fine to store at room temperature. People don't for some reason, but
My place gets a little too hot to get ready out.
yeah, I mean, fair enough. We live in Southern California. Room temperature for us is a bit higher than most places.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's your problem?
I have to deal with you. That's my problem.
Yeah.
Hey Toko, I got a plan for you. Go to this one room and start opening the drawers. Leave a note for Genocide Jill not to come see till all their bodies have been checked. Find out who the fuck is missing.
Matter of fact, you might want to save time and just, I don't know, splash some ketchup on yourself, and then when Jill comes out, tell her to do
about
it.
your counting hunter, counting hunter. Why do you assume that Mokuro's in one of the boxes?
I already brought that up. But I think that's more of the developers for the game kind of forgot that aspect.
I mean, they just threw a body back in there. It's not like everyone's been time to do it.
Yeah.
Well, also I doubt that they
I
get
mean,
rid of
it
body.
it does beg the question, where do you think Makoto's body is?
Is it not where we left it in the garden?
No.
No,
We're
it's
about
there.
to see that, and no.
Okay, then yeah, no, it should be in there.
No,
Well,
once
yes,
once a
go.
trial,
It's not
once
like
a
we've
trial happens,
left every other body sitting around.
yeah, once
Yeah.
a trial happens, they put the body away.
That's fair.
Like Makoto specifically comments right now that Makoto's body is gone.
Okay, so yeah, no, that holds solid then. That, yeah, no.
But that's okay.
Yeah,
We're
we
not
have
here for
missing
Mukuro's body. We're here for the tool shed.
Tool shed.
Because that pickaxe is important.
Actually, no.
Hmm.
The pickaxe is almost completely a red herring.
Yeah.
Even knowing what happens in the later games, I could not tell you why Crazy Diamond is written on the pickaxe there.
I blame Mondo.
I mean, it was almost
I mean,
certainly
it's
Mondo.
almost certainly Mondo,
Yeah.
but... Yes, a detail we didn't notice about the tarps before.
It says Biolab on it because we're
Yes.
blind.
I mean, it's a small stamp in the corner, and we were
Bad
kind
at
of-
investigating.
Eh,
And Kyoko wasn't in here to double check our work, because she was
Yeah.
gone for most of the last.
We cared enough to note that
investigation.
that one side of the tarp was dirty and one side wasn't, but not to actually look for any markings on the tarp.
I mean, also, it's not like it would have made much difference to us on the original investigation because we couldn't access the biolab at that point, so...
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
So that also would have painted Kyoko as a much more reasonable suspect, knowing she had a key that opened any door, supposedly.
The fact that it came from an herb room that we don't have access to is actually important information.
Yep.
And we know
Yeah.
someone does have access to it.
Which would also explain that if Kyoko actually knows that she didn't bring it up.
Hey, Makoto.
I've been watching you on the monitor. You've been acting really sus.
Think about hiding bodies inside the shed?
Yeah.
You know how many memes there are of Danganronpa characters playing Among Us or Among Us memes in Danganronpa format?
But
Hey, Makoto, how do I get out of the vent?
So, guys, I think Makoto's an imposter. He tried to follow me through the vents. I think he's sus.
I would love for a mod for Among Us that whenever the dead body reported thing happens, it does the Monokuma, a body has been discovered.
That would be fantastic.
Mod that in, you bought a little execution instead of the person just being spaced.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just do the animation of Monokuma dragging away the body.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic.
They don't always get spaced. Sometimes they get dropped in lava.
Sure.
Or just
you
dropped
know,
out of the
launched
sky.
off side.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not true. That would require anybody to ever play the third map.
I've played on it. It's the worst map for imposters. How did you get from a reactor to O2 lab so quick?
I mean, only 3 of the buttons actually do anything.
These ones launches Minecraft.
Why are there just 3 buttons marked laugh, snark, and kill?
okay.
It's like we know they have a self-destruct. And then Byakuya died, poking a Monokuma.
It's the appearance sound effect. It's literally a button.
Makes more sense, actually.
Actually, I think it's a macro that plays that as a part of something else. But he definitely does have the wacky cartoon sound effect, like, in-universe. That's just the sound that comes up whenever a Monokuma appears.
Yeah.
Speaking, or rather, not. It looks like he just figured it out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Say
What? Hello.
I wished of all things they actually voice acted that line.
Yeah.
Found it.
What have you got there, Hina? A self-destruct button? No!
No!
Wow, you're not even making this subtle.
So, there, by the way, is the conclusive answer, since there is, from at least some part of the game, a bit of question as to whether or not Monokuma is like an autonomous robot or just like a thing controlled from somewhere. Every time Monokuma has shown up, it has been the mastermind in this room controlling Monokuma.
Huh?
Yeah.
That pretty much guarantees that it's not any of the 6 surviving students that we know of.
Yeah, because they've all been in the trial room,
Mm-hmm.
along with Monokuma. Including for the last trial.
Yep.
Because technically, if there's a mastermind and an accomplice, the accomplice could be controlling the Monokuma, but the only accomplice would have been the most recent dead body. What's her name?
Sakura.
Mukuro.
Or Mukuro. That's right. I thought you were bringing up the fact that Sakura was the mole, the spy.
No. It's just Mukuro could have been cooperating, so when the mastermind couldn't pilot Monokuma, Mukuro could possibly have been. But at the last trial, since we actually had everyone in the courtroom and a dead Mukuro.
Hey guys, do you remember that there's only 16 students?
Yeah, I was about to say, I bringing up the fact that there's only 16 students.
Alright, Vince, how do you know that body was Mukuro Ikasaba?
Yep.
Because there's only 16 students. Yeah. Technically, that body could have been a fake. It could be a fake Mukuro Ikasaba corpse.
Either Sayaka or
Got a tattoo of a wolf on her hand.
Okay.
Vendor could be anything.
Yes, but as far as we've already acknowledged, on that
So-
level of detail examining it, that could literally have been stamped on.
A, it could have been stamped on. B, they could have also just tattooed it on post-mortem.
Or perhaps that person was dead. Like I said, maybe they were pretending to be Junko for some reason, and because of the nails in the shoes, and literally just using makeup to cover it up.
I mean,
If there was an accomplice, yeah, no, I can't figure it out.
so,
Like I have my theory that it's got to be one of 2 people, but
I mean, remember, the note from Kyoko said there's another to spare.
yep.
Yeah.
If you think it's one of 2 people, who do you think it is?
Because I'm trying to think if it's someone who's never appeared in the courtroom, but that's blown away by the idea of Mokuro being involved. Because the only 2 to have never appeared in the courtroom are Sayaka and Junko.
Well, and technically Mukuro. But
And Mukuro, yeah.
So yeah, immediately as we leave the data lab locks back up.
If only we had an ebook. Oh, right, no, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, that's a lot of ebook and Turkey.
You cheeky bitch.
just a second.
See, this is why you should check the vents.
Yep.
yeah, like,
Hey,
just by the way, the mastermind was in there that whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna
In
go
the
over that in a
vents.
second.
Or behind one of the machines or something.
No, in the vents.
In the vents.
yeah.
Trapdoor in the floor.
Vents.
He's actually sitting in the chair the entire time. It's completely missed.
He is the chair?
Yes, Indeed.
I'm also now fairly certain. So.
You're a liar!
Yeah, we can't check that hatch, by the way.
Yeah, you literally can't. It's not actually a point
Yeah.
you can even... Like, you can't even have to go to look at it and be like, huh, the hatch won't open. Like, it's not even a checkable spot.
You could have figured how it was right then, but you didn't.
Well, that rules out it being Hifumi.
Because you're dumb.
Yeah.
And Mondo and Sakura. If not for the fact that Alter Ego interfered, that right there rules out it being a hero.
Huh? Sorry.
This fucking... You've doomed us all.
This is why you prop every door open.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You think they are 7?
Age-wise?
You got it.
God damn. That's fantastic.
Besides, there haven't been any brooms or screwdrivers around for them to jam into doors.
There are tools in the garden.
So with that done, there's one other thing to do on this floor, and that's to go view the headmaster's room.
Of course Byakuya would be in here.
Would you like to see something interesting?
No!
Zip.
I take it back. I would not like to see something interesting.
Oh. Unzip. Re-zip, whatever the proper...
Oddly enough, still was a zip sound.
Yeah.
So, in other words, I see. In other words,
No one is questioning that.
No. It's just strange things happen when we make a child soldier go to a Japanese high school. I mean, somebody leaves a love letter in their locker and then they blow up the locker.
So I will point out something very amusing to me, by the way.
Blew it up.
Uh-huh.
So we've got that like wall of kind of portraits up in the corner.
Yeah,
over
yeah, I
there.
was gonna say, I think I recognize the... Or I've seen the portrait before, I just couldn't tell you where.
They're
Well,
actually the
the
same
thing-
person.
Well,
So
the
in
thing
other
about it
words-
is, you would think this being like the headmaster's office, the portraits they have up there would be like
Headmaster.
previous headmasters. Thing is, there's like easily 6 portraits up there. There were only 2 headmasters of Hope Seek Academy before Jin Kirigiri, and none of those portraits are of those 2 people.
Yeah. One of them looks like the judge from Phoenix Wright.
Like in the shot we can see right now, two of those portraits are the same person.
Yes.
Yeah. I would not be surprised they had some cultural
Interesting.
what's it called, significance to someone who is Japanese.
Possibly, but yeah.
As a matter of fact, they do look familiar.
But yeah,
Just
we,
say
will, we will see.
Oh, sorry, go
We'll see a picture of the first headmaster and founder of Hope's Peak Academy in Danganronpa 2, and when we eventually get to watching Danganronpa 3, we will see the second headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, the one immediately before Jin Kitty Kitty. But again, there have only been 3, technically 4 if you count Monokuma, headmasters of Hope's Peak Academy.
So to interrupt briefly, just because the thing they're touching on here is important, number one, the paper we got the last time about Mukuro Ukusaba was only one of 2 pages. Kyoko didn't grab the second one. This page has her picture, her vitals, information like that, but it also contains information that the headmaster wrote down. He knows she's a part of something called the Ultimate Despair, or heavily suspects that she's a part of someone called the Ultimate Despair, but he has no proof of it, so he has to let her into the academy, but he's keeping an eye on her. Notably, he's wary of her because despite being the ultimate soldier, despite being in a ton of battles and being a very accomplished soldier, she doesn't have a single mark on her when she comes into the academy. She has no stab
battle
wounds,
wound,
no
no
bullet
scars,
wounds, no
nothing.
burns, no nothing.
Well, yeah, the ultimate soldier doesn't get hit.
Yeah, but do you remember the condition of the body?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And yeah, the headmaster was openly afraid of Mukuro because she's apparently an amazing soldier, probably tied to Ultimate Despair, but he can't refuse her because he doesn't have hard evidence for any of it.
What?
Which, of course, is all really
That's
fucking
fine.
funny in the context of Danganronpa, yeah. But
Yeah.
Also, she was kind of, cute and subdued for character designs.
oh yeah, no, Mukuro Kitsaba's actual character design is probably one of the most normal-looking among Hope's Peak Academy students.
Apart from her having a very thin neck.
I mean, that's just the art style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody who is not humongous basically has a thin neck.
Yeah. 5'7", 97 pounds, 31, 22, 32 vitals.
Those are those vitals or are those just measurements?
It's what they're going to call vitals, and thus we have to remember it as vitals.
Gotcha.
Well, vital details.
Fair enough.
It's all clear now.
No, we're really not.
Not at all.
So we got Mukuro's
No.
profile.
So as a quick aside,
Mm-hmm.
wasn't able to find out who they were from a quick Google search, but surprisingly I was able to outdo the ridiculous facial hair of the guy in the middle portrait. Apparently Gaioka has even more ridiculous facial hair than that guy.
Though to be fair, I don't think that's actual facial hair. I think that's literally part of his outfit. And it's just because it's a just a black and white photo, it looks like his facial.
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is hard to tell.
Well, we can't look at it, unfortunately, so...
No, and it's not going to let us zoom in anymore on it.
It's almost like people were searching for information.
Also, it's approximately like 15 pixels by 15 pixels, so looking at it closer probably isn't going to help.
Yep. That might be something that we'll have to bring up in the next session once we're done with the actual story, so we can not have to worry about spoilers for Googling that.
There we go. That's the trigger I was looking for.
So we got all our information, huh?
Oh, no. This is the halfway point.
Well, this is a different thing.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
Now, Monokuma screws with us.
Yep.
My hint is, you're screwed! Did he forget that we didn't die again?
No. That would have been better. I'm not going to say much about it for right now. We'll get into it when the actual trial happens. This part infuriates me. This specific thing that is getting brought up now infuriates me.
Did you figure out that we're a ghost?
No, like I said, that would be better. If we had to spend yet another trial convincing people that we weren't a spooky ghost. Or that someone wasn't a spooky ghost.
Yeah, it was technically Kyoko.
Yes.
Yep.
So yeah, we don't get a chance to talk to him about the notebook, because he runs off freaked out.
Monokuma is one-on-one-ing with people.
He's not one-on-one-ing with people on purpose, it's just that people keep showing up one by one.
I am Monokuma!
We know Monokuma.
Are you, though?
We also know you're not really Monokuma, but we're gonna say it just for the sake of things.
It's really Teddy. I knew it all along.
Monokuma is really just a malfunctioning Teddy Ruxpin.
These things are dangerous.
Yes, get on with it.
And opened it.
I knew it. Also, Taka, you asshole.
You had a picture of her in your hand moments ago. There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
but no, so
you
we're missing.
hadn't come here before, or if you hadn't done things in the order we did them, we wouldn't recognize Mukuro Ukusaba. But because we did this in this order, we recognize the picture. I believe if you did this out of order and then went to the headmaster's room after, you would have the flashback to this picture and go, oh wait, I saw this person before. Though, I don't know if that works out for the timeline of the way
We're all
this
wearing matching
investigation
uniforms.
phase.
Except for
Sakura was
Celeste.
there.
Yeah.
Sakura, Celeste.
Sakura, Celeste, Hifumi, Yasuhiro.
Well, Fumi's just not wearing the jacket.
Like, half the class isn't wearing matching uniforms.
Leon wasn't.
They're matching chromatically, and that's about as much as you can ask for.
Not Celeste.
Black
Yeah,
and
there's
white.
some black. Yeah.
Black and white and red.
Fair enough.
I said chromatically. I didn't say in any other way.
Yeah,
Also,
except
Junko
the,
isn't.
the school jackets are brown, not black.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got nothing then. I thought that was just kind of an artistic black.
Also,
No.
about half of them aren't wearing the goddamn uniform.
The point remains, most of them are wearing the same uniform, which
Yeah.
is not a thing which happened during the entire time we've been here.
What are you gonna
Yeah.
do? Hmm. Unbelievable.
Oh, I get what Makakumi, or rather, the mastermind.
One the same.
Yeah, but specifically, it's like, Monokuma's not an actual person.
So
It's
we
just
get-
a bear bot.
You get the group photo, and as Makoto pointed out, the only person who's not in the group photo is him.
That's because we're the mastermind.
Yep, that's what Yasuhiro's going to be thinking.
It's dumber than that.
Yeah,
We don't have the information, but if it was that, I'd be pissed off about it, but I'd still understand it. This is even dumber than that.
Like, I think I've already figured out there's something happened and people's memories have been messed up. So this isn't like the first time they've met, as evidenced by the photos.
Okay,
And the
so
locker room. But
now
the
we
how
have.
is
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, yeah.
like the how is something I have no idea.
I think we ran by the how a lot earlier. Or at least one of the possible hows.
For the amnesia?
Yeah.
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 So, now we need to derail the investigation and go talk to everybody else about the clue that Monokuma gave. Well, mostly everybody. There's one exception to that.
I mean, clearly the answer is we were super unlucky if we didn't make it in time for the epic.
True.
That's enough.
Wow.
Is everyone
Now-
assuming we're the mastermind now?
No, it's dumber than that.
Is you pissed that we missed the photo?
It was a very important photo.
Apparently.
Alright.
Did Monokuma tell everyone else that we smell funny?
Monokuma didn't need to tell them.
Back to the dormitory.
Wait, have we showered after the garbage thing?
We still have ramen in our hair?
Oh, this explains so much.
Fifth floor, garden. Luckily, it's not out of the question to find these people if you're not working off a guide like I am, because they're all in the places that they identified as like one of their favorite spots in Pope's Peak.
I mean,
you also have a map that shows where people are.
yeah.
Yes. I didn't think of that. Oh well.
But then there's the point of knowing that you're supposed to talk to everyone.
Well, he even says when he's leaving the
Oh, sure.
gym,
Yeah, I should
we should
talk
probably
to
talk to everybody about this. Okay, so we're done with that now. That's gonna come up in the trial.
I've got it. I figured it out. They all think you've been a ghost the entire time. That's why That's why you didn't photograph.
Makoto Bruce Willis. So anyway, it seems that Toko actually took the suggestion that our co-commentators did.
Hey kids, want to see a dead body? This is also really funny with the paper cutout style of the characters.
Yes.
Yes. It's a very interesting design aesthetic. There we go.
Hey kids, she wants to see a dead body.
Well, I'm sure she's seen a number of them.
Yeah, that's like Toko shouldn't really be bothered by dead bodies, considering she's literally killed people.
I see.
Well, Toko,
Toko hasn't killed anybody.
True.
Yeah, remember, the story
Yeah.
makes a distinction between Toko and Genocide Jill, so...
yeah.
Have you reached that certain age?
Let's move on from this conversation in the morgue, please.
I love her guys.
So they're triple reiterating this point at this point.
You SOB!
But Genocide Jill and Toko have completely separate, well, almost completely separate memories. They share some basic stuff, like language
The ability to walk and
and
talk
ability, yeah,
motor
but
functions.
as far as, like, formed memories and experiences, they're completely separate.
Yes, yes. Oh, I'm on fire!
He's shown up in Reflections, Vesti. He's not a vampire.
Well, that happened.
Yep.
Yep. Importantly, we got the Genocide Jack memory bullet before she vanished.
Interesting. Lord.
So,
Oh,
Just this open door with a body in it. At a weird angle. That machine's broken.
yeah.
well, obviously
She pulled
Toko
out-
opened
she
it up to
pulled
see
out
what was
too
in
far,
there.
It went off the runner.
Right.
She's been
Also,
here the entire
Kyoko
time.
was here the whole time.
Makoto.
Just standing off right.
Indeed. Listen. It would seem... I knew it.
Saw what was in there, fell over, damaged the tray so it can't go back in the door anymore by falling on it.
Indeed. It would seem... Anyway... Makoto. Listen.
Mukuro's body.
I see. So... Makoto.
Vest has brought up the Mondo butter in the fridge again.
Yes. We actually had a conversation about that earlier. Including whether or not you actually need to fridge Mondo butter.
Yes, the conclusion was, yes,
So
probably there's a tub of Mondo butter in one of these fridges, even though it doesn't need to be.
Okay. So, Kyoko's pushing us away to do a investigation of the body, which lets us do some investigating of our own. Like I said, we're not opening any of the fridges because dead bodies are gross.
We're not up to these fridges because we don't want
But Makoto
Information.
finally picks up on what Hunter pointed out originally.
Also, again, Bessie, just to sort of cover the earlier conversation we had, animal fat-based butter actually is pretty stable at room temperature. Its melting point is well above normal room temperature.
like regular butter, not butter substitute. You can just leave out. It's fine.
I mean, it will eventually go bad because it's fat, it will go rancid, but not nearly as quickly as you think.
Yeah, that's true of almost all food anyways, but...
Yeah, basically.
So yeah, we updated the biolab lights with the thing that Hunter references. Like, is the number of lights correct there? Question mark? And like most every piece of evidence, it's going to get extrapolated on in the trial itself, but... And then we confirm that all the tarps in the biolab have biolab printed on them. So the tarp that we found that had biolab printed on it was from the biolab. Biolab, biolab, biolab.
Biolab now,
And yet
Pokemon.
we will still take a bunch of guesses rather than just opening up every single one of them and seeing what bodies are there.
But can anyone tell me what Fenrir is?
Like a horse?
I don't know. I've heard the name before. It's not clicking in. I don't know.
Oh, that's an abbreviation, or shortening of the rear fender.
Oh!
Fender, comma, rear.
Yeah, exactly.
Whew.
Or it's F-E-N.
That's obviously a good name for a mercenary group
RIR.
because they're guarding the
It's
rear,
actually
like
an
a fender.
acronym.
Because
Oh no.
And yes, Kyoko didn't bother
Love it.
going down to look at the picture. Because it's obviously just a fucking ruse.
Yep.
It's obviously leans head out of the biolab door and shouts at the top of his lungs, a fucking ruse!
My favorite part about that picture, by the way, is that Taka saluting is covering his face. Like, it's the biggest dick move you can do in a group photo.
Whew.
Okay, she's done with her investigation.
Indeed. Indeed.
So yes, the stomach wound and the blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death.
I know.
Actually, we went over this already, but yeah.
Is that right? Because
Several
wrong.
days old, several days ago.
Listen. However,
Several days ago could be cause of death since we don't know cause of death.
so then, at the very least, right. In other words,
We might not be good at detective work, but we make a pretty good Watson to her Holmes.
Yes.
I just hope she's not doing
Except
cocaine.
we're not really beating people up though.
hey, so
So yes, based on the vitals that we found in the paperwork, this is definitely Mukuro Ukusaba's body.
indeed.
And the tattoo is present as well.
Indeed.
Is there a chance you can look up class information or classmate information after this?
Oh,
Can
you
you look
want
at
to see
other
the
classmates?
information on a particular classmate?
And
I'm wondering if there's anyone else that has similar measurements.
so then,
I don't know if the classmate profiles actually give measurements.
They give
But
height
they
and
can give
weight.
height and weight.
Yeah,
They don't give the
True.
quote unquote vitals that they're giving. But
why? Hey. Whew.
Like, if not for the fact that we know someone else is the ultimate hope, supposedly in the future, you know, I would say maybe he's really the ultimate hope.
So then.
No, he's definitely the ultimate luck.
But this is the ultimate pluck.
No. No, he is definitely not plucky.
Luck and luck.
The ultimate truck? Is he going to send people to another world?
What?
No, as far as I know, Danganronpa is not
What?
yet been classified as an isekai.
So.
Define
Indeed.
isekai.
I found this pocket.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Like, this one, definitely not. We may have to get a definition to measure against for some of the others.
I see.
But we'll get there.
And?
Oh, I should not have let you have that.
This, So this one, yes, not an isekai, although it does get the Digimon adventure treatment,
that?
sort of.
Yay!
Because.
It's never outright stated, but it's heavily implied in Danganronpa V3 that the events of this whole Danganronpa universe of like 1, 2, 3, and all the side stories and stuff are some sort of fictional universe in the world of V3.
Huh. Well, okay then.
Except also maybe not, and may have taken place in the real world of V3. It's complicated.
What? If that's true.
That video.
Makoto.
Oh yeah, that first thing.
Someone brought up those videos we talked about way early on that I forgot about.
No, she's talking about a different set of videos.
Yeah,
Ah.
she is not talking about the first
No.
mode videos. She's
Ah.
talking about a very specific
I-
video.
Yeah.
It is a video we have not seen.
So. Makoto.
So yeah, she's gonna give us the video that she's talking about, and we're gonna go watch it.
To the AV room!
Urgent interviews.
Yes.
So. Anyway.
Interview DVD.
Makoto. In other words. However, I...
Fire of determination. Determination and kerosene.
Determoline.
You can ask if determination brand of lighter fluid.
Why?
It's like building a time machine that runs on trees, dirt, and gumption.
Whew. Hey,
All right, Conan.
Makoto. So then,
So, you asked who else has measurements close to that. Ignoring Makoto, because Makoto's,
Clearly the
us.
mastermind.
And ignoring anyone who's dead.
Well, we know it's got to be female.
Yeah.
So we're looking for a woman.
Well, thing is, we don't have to ignore people who's dead. It could be someone who's
yeah.
playing dead.
So, specifically looking for someone who's female. Sayaka's
Does not
5'5",
fit the height.
108. So there's Kyoko. 10, 5'4", 104.
6'4".
18, 5'5", 101. 5'7", 97 pounds.
That's a dead ringer. So that body could be Junko's.
Alright. Warp travel. To the AV room.
To the home.
And as Makoto drifts on heelys down the corridor.
It should be noted, something we've been utilizing through this whole game. So both the ability to have it highlight points of interest and also the ability to move faster while walking through the school. Both of those were abilities you had to unlock through free time events with people in the original release of this game.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Yeah, in the original PSP version, those were, I mean, granted, they were from like the first free time events of the people you got them from, but it was still fucking miserable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so what's on the Super Suspicious DVD?
Stare into the abyss.
Who unlocked being able to teleport around?
Oh no, the teleport is a separate thing. It's literally in the game. If you hold down a button, you run faster. That's what I meant about
Hmm. Okay.
moving faster.
And who knows how long? You know, beginning of this nightmare.
Okay then, are you ready to begin? I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little
You're here for
slow,
the
you know.
acting gig,
I
right?
never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
Okay, so we need yet another voice for a different character, but we don't have that much money in the
So
budget.
this
left.
video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute.
He has like a paragraph of lines.
It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that? Thank you. And I'm sorry
She
about all
accepts.
this. Well, I can
find
promise
it
you
weird
I will
that,
do
like,
everything
this
in
guy
my
gets full
power to
lines.
keep you safe.
And they get, you
As
know,
the headmaster of Hope
single
Peak
words.
Academy,
Yeah.
I give you my word.
Yeah, in case you couldn't figure it out, that's Jin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Notably, nobody's actually sure who voices Jin in this game. Technically speaking, none of the English voice casts for this game were officially credited, and nobody's like claimed that role. It's possible it was John Michael Tatum, but unlikely. John Michael Tatum is the one who voices Jin in the anime. But he was also, like, he wrote the English dub script for the anime, so that's probably why he was involved with that. We literally don't know who voiced Jin in the game.
Random office staff member.
I mean, it was almost certainly a voice actor. Everyone else in the game that's been voiced has had an actual voice actor doing it.
It sounds like the same guy who did the voice for Mondo.
It's entirely possible.
Yeah.
And yeah, more than likely it was someone else pulling double duty.
Oh, and we are on the tape as well.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
so you're here for the acting gig?
Bob Rat?
I'm on it.
Okay. Just making sure you're not unnoticed.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Makoto, please close your mouth.
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean,
It's okay, it's not like I had
we
anything
don't
else
have
going
much
on.
of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
So what's 100% of nothing again?
Ah, that was never good with math.
It's gotta be at least like 40 or 50%.
Everyone, let's just abbreviate this to everyone.
Yep.
And yeah, the power got cut.
Hmm.
Say what?
This will have to break right now in this room.
Localized
Certainly.
entirely at your console.
Of course he did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kyoko watched it earlier, so...
Or would have been.
That's right. It would seem... Hey.
Well, concerned you don't remember the stuff you saw in the video. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so the interactive TV has been updated. And with that, we're done with the class trials. Or the...
Well, the investigation.
Sorry, the investigation, I should say.
For
Yep.
anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although
Yeah,
that
so,
dawn is totally pitch
It's been
black,
brought up previously a few times
there is
when
no
things are mentioned about
storm
like
that won't
the
eventually
tragedy
end.
and how
Of
it seems
course, then
weird
that
that like
leads
there's
to
apparently
drought.
this great horrible event that
But
happened
as
like
I
a year
said,
ago that
every
nobody seems
end
to
is
talk
the
about or know
promise
about.
of a new beginning, which is why I'm
The most
sure we'll
horrible
get to
worst
meet
something,
again,
something, something,
because
something.
the end is
Yeah, it's a separate
only
thing.
the beginning.
Man, he's no
Anyway,
good.
Well,
Awesome,
okay,
man.
no, there are two
The
things referred to as the
beginning of
tragedy.
the end of
There
the
is
class
the tragedy,
trial.
which is the most
Gather
horrible,
once
terrible
again
event to
at
happen in
you
human
know
tragic event in human history, and then there is the tragedy of Upstream Academy. The point is that I believe at the very least Vince has brought up a few times how it's weird that none of the people here seem to ever mention it or like know about it. There's a reason for that, which we've kind of just discovered at least half of.
Hope and despair are on the line.
I don't have a choice. I have to do this, or, I'm dead.
Okay. So, we're here in front of the door. I'm going to give you all a second to think, because I need to go grab a drink of water real quick before we go into the trial. But our trial prediction, or not our trial predictions, our guesses as to what's going on are going to be twofold. Number one, who killed Mukuro Ikusaba? And number two, what is the mystery of Hope's Peak Academy? Ruminate on that. I will be right back.
So yeah, I realize I've been saying my suspicions for the past like hour or so, completely backwards. I've been saying that, oh, it's Junko and Mokuro's dead. No, vice versa. We've never seen Mokuro in person. It's still Mokuro behind the curtain and everything. Just the fake play using Junko's body from Gungan.
Okay.
So a snag on that is Kyoko did just recently examine the body and confirm that it was not Junko's at the very, or was not Junko's, was what's her name?
Well, that was Mukuro.
Mukuro, yeah.
No, she confirmed that it matched the measurements that we have for Mokuro, which also happen to be height and weight-wise exactly the same as Junko. And while we don't have the vital measurement of Junko, she could possibly match those as well.
It's a fair point.
That was the reason why I wanted Weldy to pull up the student registry. Or, sorry, Krampus.
I mean,
Yeah, whatever. We're no real names.
Yeah, but that was the reason why I asked him to look that up, because I suspected that it would be a body replacement, and Junko's was an exact match.
Okay, I have returned.
Welcome back.
All right.
granted, all that means is it's probably one or the other.
Yes.
All right, so we will start down the list. Shiv, since you have previously spoiled yourself on the real identity of the mastermind, we'll kind of skip the whole who killed Mukuro thing. But do you have any guesses or suspicions about the mystery of Hope's Peak Academy?
Like what's going on at Hope Peak Academy?
Yeah.
Presumably, someone is trying to instill despair in everyone, and that's the whole reason it's going off the show. As far as anything else going on besides that, I'm not sure.
All right. Let's move on to Vince. Suspicions both on who actually killed Mukuro Ikesaba, if that is who the dead body was, or alternative theories if you have any, and also mystery of Hope's Peak.
I'm going to skip the guessing the headmaster, mostly because I live on the internet enough.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And I'm pretty much in the same mind when it comes to Mackie on the mystery of Hope's Peak Academy.
All right.
If they're not referring to something else completely different, because we're thinking on different wavelengths than the creators of the game when it comes to mystery of Hope's Peak Academy.
I will say it's tied to the tragedy we keep talking about. All right, and
to go further into it, it seems like the headmaster wanted to try and lock everyone in Hope's Peak to keep them away from whatever the quote-unquote the tragedy was. And whoever the mastermind is basically broadcasting what happened with the people who were kept out of the tragedy in Hope's Peak, trying to instill tragedy in them to further introduce tragedy into the world, I guess?
okay, and Hunter.
Okay.
Thoughts?
So, as Vince brought up, I think the mastermind is either Mukuro or Junko, and that we're being led to believe that the body is the other person.
Okay.
Or is themselves, sorry. As far as the whole thing with Hope's Academy, I think some great tragedy occurred that was led by this group, the Ultimate Despair, and what was originally set up with Hope's Peak Academy was A, to keep them safe, and B, to be I think the broadcasting idea was actually theirs originally, to show that hope can still survive in terrible times. And then the headmaster was killed and replaced by someone from the Ultimate Despair, who decided to try to turn that story into even those filled with the greatest hope can fall to despair, to spread their message of despair.
All right.
Yeah. Good guesses all.
We're going to spread our message of despair by depressing a bunch of teenagers.
Well, if you get these people who are supposed to be the ultimate hopes of the world all killing each other.
I get the logic. It's just
because they've been throughout this entire game, they've been painting how Hope's Peak Academy is the hope of humanity.
Yeah, it's basically it's an acknowledged thing that Hope's Peak Academy traditionally is the place where like people that graduate from Hope's Peak are the sort of the future leaders and such of the world.
I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Enjoy dinner. Are we missing someone, or are they behind someone else?
Toko's not here.
Toko's the
Yeah.
only person who's not here.
Well, shit.
You called for me and so I appear.
No, we didn't.
I'm on fire. Yes! My beautiful scissors!
Well, shit.
One of the greatest lines in the game.
That's pretty great.
Well now. Thrills, chills, kills!
Climaximum sorrow.
That's fine.
Not really, Kyoko. They've already been meddling.
I doubt it will be fair.
Unbelievable.
You've already lied to get information.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I'm feeling white.
Then don't.
Stop talking.
You guys.
Quick, follow him in the hatch.
In the name of my family.
So just to clarify on that, by the way, following Monokuma into the hatch wouldn't do any good. The implication of the control room is that there's actually a different Monokuma for each room.
Hey,
Oh, no.
They're just kind of right below the floorboards.
however, however,
I mean, that's nothing that's ever 100% confirmed, but it
So-
seems the most likely result based on the keyboard we found in the control room that just has a bunch of buttons labeled with the different rooms.
Yeah. Also, the fact that the cartoon sound effect occurs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, no.
One last time.
We're gonna teach you how to say goodbye.
It's really roomy in here all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not surprised not everyone has got their back up against the grating as far away from Makoto as possible.
Glaring at him for
Mhm.
some reason.
Yep.
Yet
We'll
to be
find out.
explained reason.
It's literally the
find
first
out.
thing we cover in the class trial.
I figured.
Yeah. It comes up pretty much immediately. It's incredibly dumb.
I'm fully expecting the trial to start off with Hina going, Makoto did it, we all know!
Like I said, that would be better.
Yeah, again, it is not a rehash of something we've seen before.
It's a refined and even stupider version of something we've seen before.
Ah.
Yoo-hoo!
Also, we're going with industrial back alley concert for the aesthetic on the last one.
Looks like they just didn't get the place set up in time.
Thrills, chills,
Yeah, Monokuma is going to be sitting in on this class trial.
Well, isn't he normally?
He's up in the judge's seat normally.
No,
He's
we mean
taking...
like literally, Monokuma
Oh.
is actually taking part in the discussion on this one.
Gotcha.
I'm sure Monokuma will give us very insightful and accurate information.
Actually, mostly yes.
Okay, we still don't have any skills, so we're just going straight into the trial.
Yep.
This is the only trial I've come close to
Since
having to
this will be
redo.
the final class trial,
Solely due to
I've
bullet
come
time
up
battles.
with a special rule. So listen up. If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win. But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not! Bears never go back on their word!
Never mind all that.
Mostly because their
I
word
just
is
have
round.
one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person?
Hmm?
That's actually a good
Don't
question.
bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me. I'm right, aren't I?
he's wrong.
I knew it.
Wow, you were not wrong about it being stupider.
Oh, no, it's even worse than that. We're going to see
I'm
the
pretty
full
sure
extent of it
reasonably.
here, in this first bullet time debate.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
I'm guessing photo.
It says, does each picture... Does Monokuma have a picture for each person of them being the only person not in the picture?
Yup.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
It doesn't that only work if no one...
What
we
a
happen to
coincidence.
make every
Evidence that
single
proves
person
every-
individually and not as a single
Wait,
group?
this doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that?
No, that's wrong.
You guys are stupid.
Also, you trusted anything
It's not
Monokuma
just
told you
you
there?
three. I have evidence too.
What?
Not the only
You
idiot
too?
who or I'm just the one who
The
didn't
evidence
interpret it
you're
like an
all
idiot.
referring to is this group photo, right?
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
Fucking Sakura. Oh. Where was Celeste in that one?
She
Hero,
was sitting over
you
in the
have a
corner.
picture too, right?
Okay.
I
Let's
think
see
near the
it.
tree.
Okay.
They'll
I'm
show
wondering
the
if they
picture
did everyone
careful
she's
with
still in her
this,
dress.
so.
Pretty important evidence.
Yep.
Has anyone noticed the important detail in every picture so far?
So the
Yeah.
secret in these
Well, I mean, I
pictures
have,
has
but-
been revealed.
More like
Secret or
Hunter, have you
whatever, I
noticed the
don't
important
care.
detail in every
You
picture
guys are
so
all in
far?
on this together. That's why I'm the only one
Yep.
missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
Is there something
So
important
the
in
whole
those pictures
purpose
besides
behind
the
these
fact that
photos
the
was to get us
person
questioning,
got
Person who
the
has
picture
fighting
is
with
back?
missing
each
from
other.
it. Yeah.
The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
I don't know how you all didn't guess this.
I laid a trap?
No, wait, I do, because you're all idiots.
What grounds
Yep.
do you have for such audacious
I'm more surprised that
accusations?
Bianca
Gave
fell for it.
everyone pictures, but didn't happen to have one person.
I expected I was gonna have to go a lot farther than that. Turns out you're all just gullible.
I got it! In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it.
You fucking morons!
So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing. In the picture
Oh, yeah, no,
Hina
Celeste's
got,
in the background there. You
she's
can
the
see
only
she's
one missing.
Yeah, I
probably
see
got
her.
like a
In the
PE
dress.
exemption
Yeah.
or something.
Yes, Celeste's doing.
And in the picture Hero got, he's the only
She's
one
not
missing.
to do PE. Please.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
Just fuck it. Why not?
Byakuya's photo is the best. Because apparently Sakura's just murdering a
In other
fish.
words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo.
I
in
like
which
the
that
other special
person
thing in that
wasn't
one.
included.
That's fantastic.
The other special
Just
detail is
assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Who was doing the splashing in that? 'Cause
Figured
that
it
was
out,
fucking
huh?
great.
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
We'll see the pictures again.
Yeah.
Oh, did they actually bring up the other
Listen,
detail?
Can I see
think that's
everyone's
coming up.
He's not going to bring it up
one more
now,
time?
but it is going to get
It's
brought
not
up.
directly
it does
connected
come
to
up
what we're
later
talking
on.
about,
Yeah.
but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Leon, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. At this point, Makoto recognizes there's something odd about all of them, but can't quite place
Can you
what
just
exactly
forget about the
that
photo
is.
already?
Yeah.
Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
Yasuhiro, sit down and eat your animal crackers.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
Share with Hina.
So
Yeah, you gotta share your
think they're
cookies.
fake?
And
No,
in the
no,
back.
no, I assure
Welcome back.
you,
Yeah,
they're
I assume the images are all real, but
What
they
are you
have to be.
talking about? There's no
Yeah,
way.
so to clarify what you've missed there, we've
Yeah.
only reached the
I
first
don't
point of
remember ever
evidence.
taking a picture like that.
Everybody was given a group
it's
photo
gotta be a
with
fake.
themselves
I'm
missing
sure
from
of
it.
it.
So everybody assumed
No.
that all the other
Can you
living
really be
participants
so
left in
sure?
the class
working
trial
together.
were working together against
Don't
that
get me
person.
wrong. I
Except
don't
for us,
remember
'cause we're not
taking this
dumb.
picture either.
Except for us, we're not dumb, and Kyoko, who never showed up.
Is that
Yeah.
really enough to
Oh,
be
and Toko.
absolutely
Toko didn't get a picture
positive
either.
they're fake?
Because she was unconscious in the
What do
bio
you mean?
lab when this was going on.
That's true.
Yeah, presumably Monokuma had a picture ready for Toko, but she was passed out in the bio lab, so...
There might be
Don't-
some other reason.
Some
terrible
terrible.
reason.
There
Unbelievable.
was also there was also a remarkably conspicuous other detail about all the photos.
Yes, but the game is not bringing that up until later.
And now it's a matter of, well, why don't any of us remember these photos?
being the hardest game of Hangman because Amnesia is probably the hardest one they've actually spell.
So in my test playthrough of this, I got down to a minute because it went for an entire minute without spawning one of the letters I needed.
Somehow, we've all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
There, by the way, is your explanation of why nobody seems to know about or talk about the tragedy.
And forgot
Yeah.
about the
I mean,
photo.
figured everyone
Makes
figured that out.
sense.
That's just after like halfway through we
You
figured
expect
that
me to believe such an unbelievable
it's like safe
occult
to assume
type
that everyone's
story?
affected in some way.
Yeah, I kind of
We
assumed so
all
from
lost
the
our
very early photo we had of Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon.
Yep.
Yeah.
They have no choice. Alright, you morons.
A lot of bolts came from this one.
Hidden room present.
Yeah, they start
You're
just throwing
saying we
7
all
at
got
you.
Spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
So the idea that we all lost our memories.
It's totally stupid. Obviously.
Rotate that shit.
The conversation windmill is a deadly trap.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia?
I assume
Since
it's the
when did
DVD.
this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
Yep.
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
No, that's wrong. You have a memory of a
Those
goldfish.
photos
No,
aren't
that's
the
wrong,
only
Pager
thing
with
that
the
point to
DVD.
The possibility of memory loss.
Ow!
Tina, stop talking. Here's a donut. Ooh,
This
donut.
DVD does the same
This
thing.
donut is plastic.
You're not gonna show us
Still
something
eating it.
indecent, are you?
No,
Never let
it's
plastic,
nothing like
easily
that.
breakable objects around children, Makoto. You know this.
Good choke.
It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean
I mean all of us, including you.
you lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll
We
see for
can't because
yourself.
some asshole turned off the camera to the AV. Yep.
Someone might be,
The
quote,
headmaster
meddling.
did, in
unquote.
fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
That's dangerous thinking, but sure.
How can you
Gonna
say
say.
I
that?
mean, that's what a lot
We're
of things we
talking
face
about
things on,
living,
though, so.
breathing
Yeah.
amnesia here.
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Well, we don't have any evidence to the contrary, so
Something
it
else?
must be true.
You said the
I
DVD
doubt
contains
religion.
recordings of us being interviewed
Tell me,
by the
Makoto,
headmaster.
have you
right?
ever seen the curvature of
What
the
were
Earth?
the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down,
This
one
world
at
is
a time,
flat. I'd
and
stake my
asked us the
family
same
name on it.
question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Nope, you all said
Actually,
yes.
we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
For a number of the students, they did.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever. or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have
Nothing
one
to be done.
path in front of us.
Then, I really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all... making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Because you have the power to do that.
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
Forget the same stuff at the same time.
How could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come, that hardly matters right now.
It's not
If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains?
Don't
Would
check
you
out the
really
heroes, you don't
believe
have one.
Anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right
There's
now.
just a Snickers in here.
What matters is figuring out what
It explains
memories
more
you
than I
took from
thought.
us. That's what you're
Not
trying to
yourself and
say,
your other
right?
brain.
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
Did succeed.
That has something to do with the memories you stole
Well,
from
they're not
us?
all dead, so partially succeeded.
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
Including who stole the last donut. We know it's not Hina because she complained about it.
Oh, crap. Are sure it wasn't still Hina?
She lied to throw off suspicion it was still Hina.
She ate it and then got amnesia of eating that donut.
He just forgot that it was the last one and left the box in there. He went in there and found the empty box.
Oh,
Clearly
someone
someone
ate the
else.
last donut. Like, no, you ate the last donut.
So
5 seconds
who
ago.
did it?
Like, no.
Who killed her?
Whoever did it
It's
is
in
the
your mouth
same
right
one
now.
who's
Oh,
behind
God.
everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Oh my god. Is it flashback time?
They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
Did we get flashback as a truth bullet?
What does make me so sure?
No, we don't.
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here.
No, the point we have to defuse
The mastermind is
much easier to deal with
probably
than
a
that.
million miles
Oh, yeah,
away.
no.
Because masterminds always lurk off in the background, right?
We know where the mastermind is.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind that much I
When you... Is the mastermind...
Of course, they have to be.
What makes you
God damn it, Hina, you were there.
Exactly. You're just making stuff
Yeah,
up.
she
That's why
was.
her-
She's just dumb and
mastermind
has a
is
bad
here.
memory.
Yeah, that's why her memory is
mastermind is
suspect of the first.
Probably a million miles away. No, that's wrong. There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
And by somewhere, we mean in this room,
How
or
do
in
you
that
know?
room over there.
Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma.
pointless panel and more six
The mastermind must have been using that
of those
to control
huge
it all this
Steel
time.
Battalion controllers jammed together.
So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
Yes, Monokuma.
Yes. Obviously, it's one of
Recall
us
what
in this
Makoto
room,
told us
controlling the
Monokuma said to him
mastermind in the
earlier.
Monokuma control room.
Recall what Monokuma said earlier. Because we weren't getting out of this without one more flashback to that.
I'm so glad.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
How'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
We know.
Well, it's not me.
I blame Makoto. What?
Of course she does.
Why me? Cuz it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
Oh, I get it. The only way he could have survived is if he was
That's
actually
dumb.
the
If you
mastermind
survived the
himself,
execution,
right?
Why would you show back up?
Aw, nuts!
Yeah.
You got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Said the person who started this trial bickering.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about? If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing.
Right,
We
Makoto?
haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really
Arguably
killed
could
her.
be tetanus.
Hey, now hold on a second.
Yes.
You did read the Monokuma file, right? It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago. So they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate
Except we
soldier,
know
right?
She had no wounds
So
before
that
she came
means,
here.
you know,
You're wrong.
she denied me
Uh-oh.
before I could even say anything.
Yeah. That was expected results.
Come on. I mean, you think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
No.
Because she wants the denial.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in a hundred
Didn't even have
different
anything to
battles.
say.
So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Oh, come
Are
on
you
now.
finished?
You didn't deny me this time, Slimesy. You made me go all cutesy.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
I think I'm way cuter.
Alright, yeah, calm down.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
The windmills were a distraction.
Yep.
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir,
Whoever that is.
when she entered the school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school. In which
Any of these
case,
characters show up in
they
other
could be
games, I
the
hope
very
Tokyo does.
thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact,
Well, that can't
it's
happen.
hard to
She's the
imagine
master.
any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
The ultimate killed.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
Couple days at least.
That's exactly what it means.
Since before the first trial.
When we found her body in the garden,
Possibly.
she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
The headmaster.
The head.
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind.
Did you really have to clarify that?
When we
For
discovered
this group?
Mukuro in the garden wearing the
Yeah.
same mask,
Yeah, good point.
Ah, the true mastermind. Xehanort.
I naturally assumed she must
Don't
have been
drag
the one
me
who
into
attacked
this.
me. But I was wrong.
He just
It
wanted to
wasn't
flood
her
the
at
world
all.
with darkness so that
It
it
was
could
the
then be flooded with
mastermind.
light, and nothing but light.
Yeah, but darkness, like actual darkness.
Remember, Xehanort was a good guy the entire time.
Xehanort was a good guy who
Don't
just
mind me.
misperformed.
I'm just
Yep.
getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna
Stupid
jump in.
fucking thing.
Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
Yasuhiro, share your,
Yasuhiro.
your animal crackers with Monokuma. Monokuma, stop talking.
I mean, considering this trial, much like all the other trials, is mostly trying to please Monokuma so he doesn't kill all of us. Except this one follows very different rules for pleasing Monokuma. Asking him to stop talking would be kind of ill-advised.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any
So
idea
this
who was
trial
under
pulls a
that
lot of
mask.
tricks
I'm
with
telling you
placement
now,
of
it was Mukuro
items
Ikusaba.
and with
You're wrong.
absorbing
Even without
bullets.
seeing their face, There's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
They're obviously having some fun with the bullet time
Is this
debate
other
format.
part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot? Or perhaps the left foot?
Ah, I
Or
see what
could
it is.
it be the
Yeah, so it had the
hips?
purple text over it, so you had to either clear the purple text or wait for it to disappear before you could absorb the problem.
Actually, as a point of confirmation, you can copy something that has purple text over it. That will come up in this trial.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You can copy it,
You
you just
never
can't
saw
shoot
their
it.
face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro.
No, that's wrong.
Got it before that static came up.
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly. A representation
Nice.
of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf
And
tattoo.
fake nails.
And I
Oh,
saw the
Fenrir's a
right
wolf.
hand of the person who attacked me.
Got it.
And there was no such
Glad we
tattoo.
were able to clear that one up finally.
So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't
Oh,
prove
no,
that it was
believe
me. It could have been, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it couldn't have been any of us.
Okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you. But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh! No snappy comeback? Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Ah, cutscene mode.
Yep. We don't see the full extent of it, but yeah, her
Your
hands
hands.
are pretty gnarly burned.
Yeah, her hands look like bacon.
Yeah, just a mass of scar tissue.
Awful, isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
This looks like acid. Ah, it's acid.
I see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind,
I don't
it
think we
doesn't
ever get
really
clarification
bother
on
me.
what happened to make her hands like that. Just that during an investigation, there was an accident and her hands got really badly burnt.
My
Takes off the glove.
scars should
Jesus
suffice as
Christ!
proof.
Okay, so it wasn't Kyoko.
Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
God, no.
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful. On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours. Sorry. Did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet, because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
Or in plain
After
sight,
she
with all of
died,
you knowing.
who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
I mean,
The biolab, the kitchen.
yeah.
Love that Soylent Green.
Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
No, that's after the biolab finishes with
Biolab?
it.
You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue.
For some reason.
So it's the perfect place to hide a body.
Well, I think
And
part
it'd
of the
keep the
biolab's
body
also like
preserved at the
biology.
same time.
So like any medical.
Then you're
looking at,
also
like,
saying the body was
that
moved
stuff,
from
too.
the biolab to the garden.
I mean, it's in the same
And I
realm.
have
It's
no
just
doubt
weird
that
to have them
that's
both be the same
exactly what
place.
happened.
Oh,
In
I
fact,
agree.
In general,
I have
for more
proof.
in high school, but considering this high school, fuck it.
Yeah.
Yes. The minuscule detail upon the top.
What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something.
Now, for
I
some
noticed
reason, the
that some
school's
text had
biolab
been
has its own
stamped on
label.
one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says biolab.
She can read.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
Shut up,
Call
Bianca.
attention to
This proves
detail.
that the tarp originally came from the biolab.
Nitpicky nature has saved your lives 4 times now.
In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
You made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
That's what happens when you apply logic.
That's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
Where do you use that?
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab,
All right, well I can
you
verify,
must be getting
having
pretty
gone
nervous.
through all known ultimates,
Because
I
the key
can't
to
find one that
uncovering
really
your secret
justifies having
identity
a
is hidden within that room.
No
Isn't it?
ultimate coroner.
Nope.
You talking about unmasking the mastermind?
Ultimate weekend at Bernie's
You see,
enthusiast.
the biolab contains
I mean,
an
there's a
inconsistency.
pharmacist,
One
there's a
so major it
neurologist.
can't be overlooked.
Those maybe you could argue possibly, but
What about
That's
the
about-
ultimate ventriloquist?
nope.
La
Damn.
la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
I mean, there's an
Such a
ultimate
child.
hitman. That
Oh,
kind
well,
of almost
just
would
ignore
work.
him.
Yeah, they need to know anatomy.
The inconsistency in the biolab.
So they're already the ultimate hitman?
Hey,
They do.
by the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
That
Notably, I think I
one
have
thing?
found my new favorite ultimate.
What do you
It's not even a
think
character we know a
I'm
name of. They're
talking
just mentioned as
about?
being
Your
one of the ultimate students at the school. So we didn't even get a name for them. But they are the ultimate absentee club member.
Tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you sure your
Also,
family's
amusingly, they
still
apparently get really
okay?
specific at certain points, as in that there is an
Why are
ultimate
you
female
bringing that up
basis.
now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister.
You know, not
What do you think
just
happened
ultimate
to your
basis, but
family?
specifically
Are they
ultimate
really
female
as safe
basis.
as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
I need to calm down. Can't let him get to me. Only one way we're gonna stop Monokuma's shenanigans. Only one way
Also
to get to the
notably,
truth.
we will get to it, get into more detail about it somewhat later when we talk about Danganronpa 0. But there is a set of characters who are the super high school level multiple birth siblings.
Wow.
It's time for a dance battle.
Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? What? What do you want? Are you sure about this?
Reload.
Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this?
These are the most annoying
Are
bullet
you
time
sure
battles
about
in the
this?
game.
Such a bad at registering.
Yes.
What? What do
The
you
fact that I'm bad about them doesn't make them not annoying.
Are you sure about this? Are you
If like
sure
myself or
about
Shiv
this?
were doing this, it would probably be significantly easier.
Yes.
Are you sure about this?
But we
Reload.
don't really do in-person streams anymore.
Are you sure about this?
Someday.
Huh.
I'm not listening!
This should prove it.
Also, in this practice trial that I did, I found out what happens if you don't select the right bullet in
Yoko's
time.
talking about is...
You have to redo the last heart and a half.
What
Yeah,
are you
they
talking
heal a
about?
little bit.
What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of
we're
that,
bringing up the
a
number of
giant
lights.
refrigerator was installed
Yes.
in there.
Yep.
That's where
This is where
everyone
we're
who's
bringing it
died
in.
is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in. And there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
I mean, the bite-sized Snickers in
A
your head.
body is missing.
There are 4 lights!
They so missed an opportunity to have 4
Any
lights
other
be one
number
of the
is
quests.
incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious? Why? That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
Literally, we have portraits
Alright.
here. Can you
Well-
count to 10?
Well, first it was Jin Kirigiri. Oh, that hurt.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 10 things you need to know. There are a lot of Hamilton references today.
Good thing to reference.
So 10 people in all?
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
That's because either Monda's in a regular fridge, or
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
Celeste didn't actually die. She just got isekai
The
into another world.
mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
She got hit by
But
truck
if they
cones.
wanted to do that,
You know,
they would
I
have
wonder if
destroyed
any
Mukuro's
isekai series
body,
ever
since
actually
they
addresses
actually
whether or
killed
not
her.
a dead body is left behind in the original
And
list.
yet,
Yeah,
her body was left alone.
Some do.
Then, whose body
A lot
disappeared?
don't.
It may very well be.
It also depends on the method of
That none of
isekai,
them
because
disappeared.
sometimes it is a full-on. Yeah.
But if
It's not
that's
always a
true,
truck, sometimes they are
why
just
doesn't
transferred.
the body count
like
match?
SAO totally has dead bodies, but they're
Including
not dead
Monokuma's
till
executions.
they die
There
in
have
the game.
apparently
I
been
mean,
10
also
deaths,
SAO is...
but there were only 9 bodies.
Okay, we're going to get into
That's the
arguing
point
the
I'm trying
definition of
to
the
make.
isekai.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
completely
I'm not
lost.
going to argue whether or not SAO
How can
is
the
an
number of
isekai, but it
victims
is
be less
a
than the number
different
of
style
murderers?
Yeah,
in
like,
that it is well established that it is the world they end up in is a VR game.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
not...
no, as far as isekais that I'm literally going to an entirely different world, most of them don't end up dealing with the world they came from, typically, so you never really know.
What about if the same
Although, at
person was
least in
killed
Konosuba,
twice?
we know that Mango's died.
Killed twice?
Officially,
Yes,
10
Konosuba
murders
does
have been
in fact
committed
That
so
was body
far.
left over that was killed
But
by the
one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered
He wasn't
again.
killed by the
No.
tractor.
Oh, sorry, no.
He died of a heart attack from fright.
Before getting
If
frightened
that's
by
the
the
case,
tractor.
there could have been
He wouldn't
10
even have gotten
killings,
murdered by the
but still
tractor. It was
only
moving
9
so slowly, it
victims,
would have
right?
barely scratched him. That's the whole joke.
Technically, you're right, I guess. But still, something like that
Could easily have happened. No.
See, that
It
previous
is what
question was
happened.
mean because
Sounds like you're
one of the
already
other
convinced.
answers was
And can you tell us
one of the
who
murders
was
could have
killed
been
twice?
faked, which sounds
It was Mukuro,
reasonable,
of course.
but then
Yeah,
they go through the
it's a
logic
totally
of...
feasible
Before she was
explanation.
killed as Mukuro Ikusaba,
Yeah.
she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment
I also
we
think
found
that
it
this
in the
particular
garden.
argument is not well phrased.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else
Okay, well,
even
Mark
have
was
been?
against it, so it has to be right.
All
Yeah. I
you
mean,
have to
the-
do is look at those
And that
bodily
lets me
injuries
know
of
which
hers,
order
and that will become
thing is.
obvious.
So is this another game of
Nothing's
Hangman?
gonna become obvious
No.
because Kyoko's
This is our
totally
non-stop
delusional.
Okay, just the normal shit. Got it.
We do have one more game of Hangman to come up, but... No, this is just a straight up...
Who is this someone else
Bullet time
that
battle.
Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko
It's just for the
Enoshima?
Hiding game.
Leon
Perfectly understand.
Kuwata?
Yeah.
Chihiro Fujisaki? Mondo Owada?
Yeah, you gotta get started earlier.
Kiyotaka
They don't show up very
Ishimaru?
long.
Hifumi
They should just gonna go
Yamada?
over the names of everyone who's died.
Celestia
Clearly she was
Lu-
disguised as Ifumi.
whatever? Or maybe Sakura
Fake name anyway.
Ogami?
That's fantastic.
No, no, no. There's no way anyone was murdered twice.
Only one person who died from that many sharp wounds.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, once you see the wound pattern, because they don't actually show you the wound pattern until you get that
Is
bullet
this
in the
someone
trial.
else that
Yep.
Mukuro
Yeah.
was
Like, once you see
killed
that, you're
as?
like, oh,
Pretty
yeah.
obvious.
Sayaka Maizono?
is,
Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro
Now remember, you're gonna have to
Fujisaki?
clear the purple.
Yep.
Mondo Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestial or maybe
I will say the nice thing about this section is because there's all these
Sakura
purples,
Ogami. No,
you
no.
can't blow them away and get them on
There's
top.
no way
Yeah.
Anyone was murdered.
No, that's wrong.
And as I said when I did my thought on who
Junko.
killed and what the murder
Wasn't her
was,
fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
it's the murder that makes sense for the character because they're all themed.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, remember what happened to her?
Okay,
She was
In
impaled
some
by a bunch of
fairness,
spears all over her body.
that is a little bit of meta knowledge because I don't
Mukuro
believe they
died
ever
from a
refer to
number
it
of
in game
wounds
as
across
spears of
her
gunpowder.
body.
No, it,
When you compare that to the stab wounds
Monokuma
she
actually
they
screams
do.
out, "To me, Gungnir!"
Yeah, fair enough.
And then,
Match? Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
So let me see if I have this.
Okay, another, to be fair, argument. The game clearly doesn't expect you to be at all familiar with Norse mythology.
yeah,
Trying to create a mystery about what the fuck Fenrir is.
that's a far better argument.
Characters are allowed to be
Then her
dumb.
body was kept in the bio
It
lab
is,
for
however-
however long.
It is,
before
however, an
being
interesting
dragged out
thing to
again.
have that there. Like, it's something that a lot of people wouldn't recognize unless
Only
they're
this
familiar with
time,
Norse
it was
mythology,
presented
but it's still
as the
there, which
corpse
is
of
pretty neat.
one Mukuro
Well, it's
Ikusaba.
kind of like John Carpenter's The Thing
It
is
all
spoiled in the
matches up,
first 2
right?
minutes
Yes.
it speaks. I think it's
Those
like
wounds
Norwegian or
Junko
something.
It's Norwegian.
Yeah.
could easily be the same injuries.
Also, in fairness, this is also the same trial where we
really
spent like a
true?
good 20
Mukuro
minutes
and
trying to convince
Junko are
everyone
the
else that
same
Kyoko wasn't a
person?
ghost.
Wait, so then...
Yes.
What does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, 1 is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Who is it?
But who could have
behind all
possibly... Oh
this?
wait, we just said it already, didn't we?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive.
What? You're all
idiots.
She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died.
It's reasonable thinking. What's wrong?
Yeah.
So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be. Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
No, we're just stunned at how dumb you are.
Luckily, we can definitively prove that Mukuro is dead.
Yep.
In the body of alive.
Yeah.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
Just calm down,
What do you
Toko.
say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
We get to shoot the...
No, we don't.
That is not the,
I know it's not,
wasn't
but it's
Mukuro.
insane.
No, that's wrong. No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
I measured it.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo.
No, since it was
So
brought
there's
up
no
earlier,
question it's her.
in Japanese they do just say those are her measurements, not her vitals.
Yeah.
If Mukuro's not the mastermind, then
They chose to change that for the
who's
translation
actually
because it's
still
fucking
alive?
creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only one person it can be. Makoto.
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
We
Huh?
just went over the fact that,
I
Mukuro was the
admit,
body
since
double.
Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation.
Why are you upset?
By the way, we've moved on from the flashback
But
about
who
the
saw her
16
get
students
impaled?
to the flashback
She died
of
right before our
Ju-
very eyes.
Junko being stabbed.
Junko being stabbed.
While the camera gets
If
covered
Junko
in
was still
Junko being
alive, the
stabbed by
death we
Spears.
saw would had to
While
have
the camera
been
gets
some
covered in
kind
deep
of
paint.
charade.
Yes. That's literally what it was. That's what we're talking about right
But
now.
you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
We were nowhere near as deep down this rabbit hole back then as we were now. So yes, she was dead. It's just it was the wrong she.
Yep.
No one's trying to argue that someone didn't die there, Bafia. We're saying it wasn't the person you thought it was.
She was dead. There's no question.
In fairness,
Junko
that's not what they're
was
saying
dead.
yet.
The idea that she's still alive.
That's literally the
wrong.
argument we're about to have.
Then you're
Okay, we
withdrawing
haven't
your
gotten to the.
previous
It was
statement.
just Mukuro dressed up as Junko yet. We have to prove that too.
Yeah.
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud.
Oh, our conclusion's absolutely correct. You're against it now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you believe that we're no longer going down that
been
path.
decided just
Yeah,
yet.
luckily Kyoko's gonna step in and, you know, be
You
smart.
haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
No,
By be smart, you
of
mean
course
that
not.
continue
There's no
working on
way
the trial.
I'd give up.
Makoto, I'm in the middle of Picross
That's
right now.
all
I
well
need you to
and good.
carry the trial
How
a
do
little
you
bit
intend to
longer.
solve the problem standing
I'm
in
busy
your
with
way?
Picross. Here, play Hangman.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Absolutely died.
Here's one
Mukuro
Hangman or Rhythm Heaven. That's all I
absolutely
have.
died.
Both of them are dead, right?
Hangman.
Can't be any kind of
We get one more of each of them.
Yeah, we get one more.
Oh, my God.
Actually, there's two more dance
From the
battles.
Well, yeah,
opposite
there
direction.
are 2 more bullet time battles, but we get one more
In opposite direction?
of each of them
Let's
in
assume
this
Junko
section.
is still
Yes.
And then there's like
If so,
one more of
how
each of
could she
the
have
main
survived?
mini games in the final section, which is its own thing.
How could Go have survived?
It's technically after the trial is over.
We're in sort of a double trial situation.
At no point have you actually been in the presence of Junko.
That's not true.
I mean, she probably could have been there at some point.
Maybe
But the
she
body-
used some sort of trick. What kind of trick could she have used? I don't know, I think the Hangman's a little limited in this respect.
Is it disguised? Not disguised, but the human being.
The word we're going for is replaced.
Replaced.
Oh.
As in, she replaced Junko. The game will ever give us a fucking E.
You're not deserving of L's, except for to say...
This game just doesn't give us an E ever.
Nope.
There we go.
That actually took less time than it did on the test recording. This was down to 1:30. I think I borked the random number generation in that.
places with someone else.
Yeah, the Hangman is in a way actually the worst minigame in this game because you have
Before
no
the Spears
control
could
over
kill
what
her,
letters show
she
up.
got someone to take her
So you
place.
could totally have figured out what you're trying to put in there
Specifically,
and just have the game
Mukuro
deny you for like a
Kusaba.
full fucking
Then
minute.
that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but... That had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
No.
We just went over this.
Yeah, you're saying they switched?
I mean, in
Why
reference to my
would they
earlier
even
comment, by the
have
way, when
done
you said you were never actually in the presence of Junko, my refutal of that is Junko was in all those pictures.
Yeah.
When she was
Like,
about to
in
die?
the, like,
Like
as
she
us
used
playing a
some kind of
character, I don't think I've ever been in the
ninja
presence of
replacement
Junko.
technique?
Junko was in all those
very-
pictures,
Good
and we
point.
couldn't see her face. For
There's
stupid
Yes,
just no way they could
there
switch
you
like
are
that.
correct. Since we began our
Maybe the
time
whole
here
idea is wrong.
at Hope Speak Academy in Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc, we have never actually been around Junko.
mention that Junko's face looks different than the face of Junko we've seen in some
They
way.
switched at the
Hence
moment of death.
none of the pictures having. Hence,
Two of them.
our memories being edited, so we don't
switched
remember that
places from
information.
the very beginning.
And none of the pictures showing Junko's face.
What?
So give it away.
From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all,
Let's come up to
the one
argue
we
like,
saw at that
no,
point
no,
would
you
have
people.
already been Mukuro.
Junko didn't somehow magically teleport moments before Spears.
Hold on.
They were really
Replaced
fighting
her
you.
with
You're
someone
saying
else.
the Junko we first met
They haven't continued.
is actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met
Oh,
her?
go. She's gone for the hair,
I
Chuck.
had like a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else
Like you
was.
could not have a normal conversation with her?
So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference.
I'm guessing
That
brainwashing.
would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Brainwashing in what regard?
Wait, but Mukuro
Well, like the same
had a
stuff they're
tattoo
using
on the
to
back of
remove
her
the
hand, right?
memories.
Oh no, it's
No,
even
not first
simpler.
look for Cinder. Remember, there's two to say.
Junko never had any
Yeah, so-
tattoo like that, did she?
No, they're working together.
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished.
Or, you know, it's too dark.
Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto.
But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
I got it! While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster. You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke!
At this junction, I would like to point out that I'm sure within the universe of this game this makes sense, but every female character who's not Sakura has the same fucking face.
Yeah, when we actually see Junko,
she looks exactly like every other female character in the fucking game.
And Makoto. Literally, hair is the only thing that distinguishes most of these character models.
The male faces have a little bit of a different face shape to them. They're a little bit elongated. Makoto does have the softer face that's more like the female characters, but...
Learn to reload.
Punishment is waiting for you. I'm not listening. What are you even talking about?
I love what he's standing on, by the way.
Right there. Reload, reload.
Oh, that works.
Punishment is waiting for you. I'm not listening. What are you even talking about? Rawr! 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 Rawr!
Reload.
Rawr! Punishment is waiting for you. That's impossible!
This should prove it.
There
And here's where they bring up the group photo thing.
The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
Uh-oh.
I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we'd gotten. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
I got it! Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
Because Leon's an asshole.
It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko. Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly
He
revealed
also has a monochrome file.
that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
That makes sense.
I believe everything Makoto said is true.
Yep, from
Junko
Picross
and
game.
Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous
Thank you for
situation.
finally understanding.
This killing game. She's the true mastermind.
You do
and
not
the
receive
ultimate
additional
despair.
graham crackers, but we appreciate you.
Times two!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait!
Well,
Hold
some
on!
of the crimes of the
Don't
mastermind.
bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate.
You'll never
You
catch her
don't
for
have
jaywalking
anywhere
when she was
left
5.
to run. I'll prove everything right now.
Comic book.
All right. The Ultimate Fashionista. Kept her in the fridge. A knife. Stop them. Skioka. Found it in the garden was pristine. Afterwards, the bomb exploded. Let's check.
Here's exactly what happened. we met the ultimate fashionista, Junko Enoshima, right after we
I
all
do think
arrived.
Leon's design works really
But
well
that
for the manga
wasn't the real
panels.
Junko.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusawa. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko Enoshima.
I wonder if Mukuro was in on that plot, or whether, Junko just said, "Fuck it, kill her."
She was not.
Which had been converted into a
Her
morgue
final words were, "This wasn't supposed to
until
happen."
Junko decided to
That's
put her
true.
body to use.
Yeah, Mukuro
Junko
did
dragged
not
the body out
expect
of the
Junko
biolab,
to kill her.
using the tarp to carry her to the garden.
Considering they were working together, that's
She
understandable.
fabricated
Yeah.
the murder
Yeah.
to try and frame
It also
Kyoko,
explains how she was
It's,
proven to be
it's
one
even
big
deeper than
thorn
that.
in her side.
We'll get
It
to it.
also-
We're coming up real close to the second part of the trial.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
But this does
she
explain
wanted
exactly
us
how
all
Junko
to
was
think
acting at the
Mukuro
beginning of
was
the
still
game.
alive and hiding
Yeah.
somewhere inside the school.
She was asking a lot of leading questions in order to clarify points.
So while they're going over this stuff, which we pretty much
Put
already
on a
know,
mask and then attacked
I will reveal more underwear facts. During the school mode, we never interact with the real Junko. We interact with Mukuro being Junko. And
Yeah.
when we receive her underwear as one of the rewards, it's noted that her underwear is reinforced with Kevlar.
This was all to make us think the person
Like,
who
it's specifically
attacked
like
her
bulletproof
and the
weave and
corpse were
Kevlar.
one and the same.
Ah.
She wanted
It
us
is
to
also
believe
worth
the murder
noting
had
that
only
the
recently
again,
taken
since we
place.
never actually interact with Junko and Oshima during like free time events and things like that, one of the love items for quote unquote Junko is the ration, which the reason for that is because it's actually Mukuro, the ultimate soldier.
That makes sense.
Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder. And the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko Enoshima. That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
You know, it takes a while to come to this room.
I was gonna say.
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Considering that Junko is coming here personally, it does take some time to get here.
Over?
Yeah.
No, she's still on the controls.
Oh, okay.
Really
no,
think the story would
we're
end
gonna talk
once
about
we
that.
reach the climax of the
This, I
case?
think, is just them taking artistic
Wrong. There's
license.
still plenty more to go.
Because then this happens. Ultimate Despair, Junko Enoshima.
What a shock! She looks like every other fucking female character in the game.
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear. If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, and some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
No, thank you.
Yeah.
You can actually give either answer on that question. It doesn't actually.
Yeah, it doesn't change the story.
I was just messing with you. It's been so long.
Also, she's
since I
doing
had
the
an
Dio
audience.
pose.
Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
So I would like to note, by the way, as a voice acting thing within this game, Toko / Genocide Jill and
Anyway,
Mukuro slash
looks like I've
Junko
finally been
and
set
Junko
free.
and Junko and Junko
Having to play
actually
Monica
share two
all
voice
the time.
actresses.
Day after day, it was like I was stuck
So
in
there is a
purgatory.
different voice actress
Or
for regular
like a
Toko
slow suicide.
and Genocide Jill.
I get
Just like there is
bored
a different
so
voice
easy,
actress
you know?
for Mukuro Junko as there is for a voice actress for
What about my
Junko
face?
Junko.
What's wrong with my beautiful face? People
Also,
have told
Junko,
me
as you
I'm
may
cuter
note,
than
has
100
some
chihuahuas
personality shit going
combined.
on, so the voice actresses
I
kind of
feel
shared
like
duties and each did a few of the different
First time I've
personalities.
seen you.
Yep.
I got it! That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover.
Oh, that's right.
You were on it.
You bring up the fact that her face
Wow,
looks different
you
than the
have a pretty
magazine
good
cover,
memory.
and they bring up Photoshop.
I guess
You have a
that's
pretty
why
good
you've
memory,
made
just
it
not at the
this
right
far.
point in time.
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all
Well,
began...
that's like I said, he brings it up technically at the very beginning. But it's just pushed off as, you know, hey, it's Photoshop.
Which wouldn't actually make sense considering Ultimate Fashionista.
I mean, Ultimate Fashionista and Ultimate Model are two different things.
Yeah.
Kinda true, but you'd expect her to be an expert at makeup to the point where they wouldn't actually need a Photoshop.
Even if you're an expert with makeup, they're still doing Photoshop for me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Probably, but yeah.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same, because she was a different person all along.
Please also note
I'm
again
me.
that
And
her actual
Mukuro
title is Super
Mukuro.
High School Level
She tried her
Chiharu.
best. But there's
okay.
just
That
no way she could
more
have
sense, a lot more
passed as
sense.
the
Yeah, so she's
ultimate
not actually a
fashionista.
fashionista then, she's a...
Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins.
Twins!
I know.
There you
Such
go.
a cliche,
Yep.
right? I'm
Mukuro
almost
Ikusaba
embarrassed
and
to
Junko
admit.
Inoshima are
So
twins.
basically,
Yep, the
Mukuro
twin
and
sisters.
I had your stereotypical twin
So it wasn't just that they were working together, and
The
that's
other
why that she was
sister,
surprised to
tough
be
and
killed.
proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister,
Literally, Junko
smart
killed her
and cute.
sister.
That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different
Jesus
person now.
Christ!
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with
I
myself!
warned you in advance she had some personality shit going on.
If you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just
Put out a
make up
book.
whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit.
Be
The truth
prepared
is
for the
fucking
truth
lame
is
anyway.
fucking lame to be your answer for a lot of the questions we ask.
If she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if.
Well, I suppose I'd better explain. For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family, leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the three atrocities: atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society.
Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know?
Oh, God.
If I planned everything out
God,
and knew
the
just
eyes.
what was gonna happen, that would be so boring. So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal. Just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
So, you figured it out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
She's very clearly crazy.
I sacrificed her?
Yes.
That's what's got
Very
you so
crazy.
hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope, I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret. So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it? That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not
Sad
be
Mofi
sad?
Junko.
With mushrooms
Who
growing.
has mushrooms growing out of the top of her head?
Excited.
Yeah.
Killing my precious sister with my own two hands. That act is filled with so much despair.
I don't know if
You
lunch
can't help
or
but put a super
impaling
in
her
front
with
of
multiple
it.
spears counts as your own two hands, but
It's
I'll
like
let you have it.
super, 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 super,
have to put
super
blood with her
despair.
Yeah.
No, more than that. Super, 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 super,
technically
super,
one
super,
hand,
super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Thank you, Yasuhiro.
Sister too. In that
And also,
moment
I
of death,
wouldn't expect anyone
I think
else
she
or
must have
anyone in
felt
this
that
group to ask that
despair.
question aside for a few
After
people.
all,
Well, it's bad because he and
being
Hina are
murdered
right
by
next
her
to
own
her.
Sister,
Yeah.
and only as an example to someone else. She must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you
How many
couldn't be
supers on
just
that,
some
Joss?
ordinary
Super,
person.
super,
You're some
super,
kind
super,
of
super, super.
abnormality.
Just ignore her. Let's go.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts.
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No,
Narcissistic
I don't
fuck.
think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood.
Huh? Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so
Pretending to be Monokuma, Jinko.
slow. You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away.
This is fantastic.
Are you
My
talking about
absolute
our
favorite
memories?
part about that is that they do have one of the
You've
voice
already
actresses
solved this
doing a
mystery,
Monokuma
right?
impression
I'm the
rather than
killer,
just having
so how
Monokuma's
about the
voice
next
actor
one?
doing the lines.
Maybe you should
Yep.
solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating.
Damn straight. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries.
I had already. How about we just punch her in the face and leave?
We'll have our victory.
I can't wait.
All right, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrancing exams.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
This is pretzel logic, and if you didn't have a guide,
I don't think it's that
You're
much of
talking
pretzel
about the
logic.
motives you
You have
provided
three
to try
choices,
and
one
get
of
us
which
to
makes
kill each
zero
other,
sense.
right?
it's still a 50-50.
So you do
Kind
remember
of,
after
but
all.
I don't see how you
Well,
would think that they're tied to the
I would
class
hope
trials.
you wouldn't forget something so important.
You also shouldn't think they're tied to the founding
It was
of Hope
stupid
Peak
of me to
Academy,
even
considering
ask.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I
78.
apologize
Yeah,
from the bottom
the
of
founding
my
of
heart
Hope Peak
for my
Academy
bad
makes
manners.
zero sense, and
So
I
then,
just like
let me ask you another question.
it seems much
Did you
more
notice
reasonable
that
to think
each
they're tied
motive I
to the
presented
motives than
you
they
had
are
a
to the class
specific
trials.
theme to it?
It's still more of a question of without the three
Yep,
choices, would
you
you have
got
been
it.
able to
So that's my
actually figure
question
out
to
what?
you all. When
No,
Sayaka
so
was
you do have three
murdered,
choices,
what was
so-
the
Yeah.
theme of
Yeah.
the motive I presented?
These are, again, there's always
I
one
got it.
throwaway, but these are a little bit
The
harder,
driving
but
force
yeah, this
behind
is
the
pretty
motive you
obvious.
presented us with. at
Yeah,
that
the
point
actual
was
4
human
questions she's about to
connections.
ask us are pretty straightforward.
Ding, ding, ding. You
Partially
got it.
because we've already covered those
Remember
just
those
talking
DVDs
about it.
I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it.
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
is
that's a
fair.
valid point.
Hey, time for the next question. So
Oh, back to Kawaii
what was
Jinko.
the theme for the second motive?
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time the theme was
Kissing the bed.
embarrassing
Oh, for
memories
Makoto,
and
yes.
secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
Money.
I got it!
A castle full of vampire butlers.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it
Which is a weird
again!
one, because it's implied that she should be able to get that money anyways if she just got out and gambled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go. Now, Can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
Trail.
I got it! In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see,
Well, back to Bubba. Yeah.
once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to
We're probably one of
everything
the most
that came
exhausting
afterwards.
persons to talk to in a normal conversation.
Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly.
Yeah,
How
there's like mushrooms to get a free
painfully
meal with that
delightful.
stuff.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those
I'm fairly
questions
certain
now?
those mushrooms aren't safety.
Relationships,
right.
secrets, money, betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives
Oh, the
that
Queen's
exist
back.
in this world.
The queen.
In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world.
Despair.
This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours?
So I made the argument that
Why are you trying to change the
that
subject?
999 was speculative science gone
You
anime.
see, I'm not.
This is freshman
We are
philosophy
discussing
gone
your
anime.
memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How
Where'd you get that clip from?
You see, by
Where'd
taking
you get the
away your
crown?
memories, I gave you hope.
Where'd you get the glasses?
Of course, that hope merely existed
It's
to
an
be
interesting
consumed by
interpretation,
despair.
Carol.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus,
Could be the
you
case.
haven't given us any hope
Personally,
anyway.
I find it much funnier to believe that
Is that
Celeste
so?
wanted to buy a castle
All you've been able to think
populated
about
with
during
vampire
your time
butlers.
here
Oh no,
is
no, no!
how
In
escape
school
from-
mode, if you actually complete it with Celeste
mere
being
fact
the
that that's what you
girlfriend
want
you choose through the
proves I
route,
gave you
she
hope.
actively tells you, "Yes, my dream
are
is
you
to make a
talking
or to
about?
buy a castle, fill it with vampire
Now you
butlers, and live
wanted
a
to
gothic
escape the
lifestyle."
school. The killings
She is
never would
not
have
joking
taken
about
place.
that. That's not deflection.
That is why we took your memory.
If you
so that you would
do,
have the desire to leave.
If you do that ending,
The only
she accepts
reason
you
we
as
want
one
to
of her
leave is
vampire
because you
butlers,
took
her
our
most loyal
memories.
of vampire butlers,
Is that what you're
and your
saying?
boyfriend, but mostly a vampire butler.
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What?
In fairness,
hell would
school
having
mode
our
is
memories
also
make us
Yeah,
not
school mode's also of
canonicity.
dubious canonicity at best and
A most
non-canonicity at most
troubling
times.
thought, isn't it? But
The actual
not
events
enough.
never took place,
I want more
but these
distress,
things we learn
more
about the people.
despair. I put so
Yeah.
much
It
effort into
can
creating
kind of be
hope in
used
order
to
to
figure
feed
out
your
the
despair
motives and
make it
motivations of the characters
grow.
considering it's the same
So,
author.
just
Yeah.
like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint. Huh? Really?
Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
We haven't
So
seen actual
something really
sunlight
did happen
in
out there.
so many days.
Now are you interested in what I have
Kyoko's
to
skin
say?
has gone
You
so
wanna
pale.
See what's out there?
No, that's the way it's always been.
It almost looks
I
like
wanna see
heaven's
too.
light.
See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
I sincerely doubt that.
No. I will tell you right now, and we are going to stop in another few minutes to talk about this. Everything you're seeing there is 100% real.
Yeah.
I will gladly spoil that, because we need to talk about what she's showing us. But we need one more piece of information before we do.
Dangerous.
There are giant Monokumas smashing buildings. A lot of monuments have been reconfigured into the face of Monokuma. And people wearing Monokuma masks are smashing up streets.
You see, I could understand that last one.
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something.
Secretly, Monokuma
Right.
grouped up with
What you just saw.
Tom in San Diego.
All of
They
you
stole a
should
bunch of monuments
recognize it.
and put Monokuma on them.
Yeah, of course.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, because it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, because now it's time for the final class trial!
Final class trial.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us,
Just
I
a
don't
quick
understand
reminder
a
here, no
damn
spoilers,
thing.
please.
What's the
Roughly
meaning
half
of the
the crew
footage
are
we saw?
Blind on this.
Is this another
Yeah,
one of your
no
practical
spoilers
jokes?
for future games unless we bring them up first.
You're telling us
that's,
to remember,
that's
but
fine because it
what
doesn't
am I supposed
really
to be
mean anything,
remembering?
but
If nobody can remember anything, this is the end for all of us. What other
Genocide Bill
choice
has
do we
memories of
have?
outside the school because she's a separate person. Air quotes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
Want us to when it comes to that crate, I don't understand. What's the meaning? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
Nobody can remember anything. No, that's wrong. Actually, she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other Toko, Genocide Jack.
What?
The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
what do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her? No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Oh, that's easy.
It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer.
Something about that phrase doesn't
She
work.
just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately.
It's like
Do
a
you
friendly
know
neighborhood
anything
Spider-Man,
about this
only, you
video?
know, the opposite.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen.
Aye, aye, Roger, you got it, Captain.
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier? I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
Aww.
Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
The tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if
The
it's
ultimate
still
defense.
happening.
Yep. Never at.
But it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
You know.
As we've said multiple times.
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event. What is? Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it. I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster! Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history!
Okay, we're gonna stop here for a second because I need to clarify something, because they're never gonna clarify what happened better than what they just said, and I need to make very clear what is going on in the outside world. The tragedy that they're referring to is that mass insanity has spread across the planet, and literally almost the entire population of Earth is now indulging in mass riots, unchecked destruction, and just murder, depravity, all sorts of bad shit.
Okay, at what point did they decide to put Monokuma faces on monuments?
That's a debatable thing on the timeline.
So there's a bit more to
Yeah,
what's
there
going
there
on than
is
that,
a
but
bit
that'll
more
be
to it.
that'll be touched on in other games, so we're not going to talk too much about it.
Yeah,
but it's not just random people doing that to the monuments. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah. I had to specify that because they don't really specify what the scope of the destruction is. Like, no, when Junko says the world's been destroyed, it's because the entire world has fallen into fucking Mad Max-style lunacy. We are not far from I want to die with honor on the Fury Road, pop my blood bag on my car.
We will see a bit of it in the next game in the series we play.
The world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it?
And also, yes, there are giant
Come on!
Monokuma stomping
There
around
wasn't a
breaking
single
buildings.
concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking
that's another
you.
good point. That's also why there's an air purifier running in the school, because air quality is shit, as you may imagine, from basically fucking everything being on fire all the time.
Okay, okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway, so the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you.
Oh god.
It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
Well done, peasant.
But I didn't say anything
Oh,
yet.
there's a time limit on that.
I just got so fucking bored waiting. I
Yeah,
couldn't help it.
there's a time limit on it, and also,
Even if you're wrong,
canonically, you don't even
eventually
actually
you'll
say
figure
it.
out, right? Until then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But
Junko Inoshima,
Thinking
Shatterer
might be
of the Fourth
disease.
Wall.
getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think that might be sick?
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What?
And nothing
What the
of
hell are you
value was
talking about?
lost.
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Togami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop? And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone! The Togami family is destined to guide the world!
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Huh? I don't make sense.
There's no way
No,
that
you
happened
don't.
a year ago.
And here's the
I mean,
real
we
big
only came
reveal.
to this school a few weeks ago.
Remember? Missing memories? Guess not.
If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh? 2 years ago?
Well, I
Yep.
mean, you
They've been
guys
in this
all
school
started
for 2
attending
years.
Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
And somehow, despite this gap in memories, they, apparently don't realize that they've grown a bit since then.
Well, they're
What
both
the
are
hell
both
is
are
that
like
trying to
kids.
say?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God. So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
I got it.
The entire
If we
past.
accept that what you
Yep.
say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. Nope. No. Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
Including everything you learned in school. Except Tina, you didn't really forget anything.
Why none of your clothes are
not
right?
possible!
Except for Makoto. His clothes fit right. And Byakuya. I'm guessing it's the notebook for this one.
2 years worth of memories.
Yes, and this
I
is
could never
specifically
lose
where it is
something like
important to notice
You've been living here
that
for
there's the
2
difference
years?
between the locker pocketbook and
Hell
the locker.
no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
This is all just surreal.
Plus, if 2
I'm
years
not
have
rich and
passed,
powerful
how
anymore.
freaking old am I?
23.
Everyone's so conflicted. Years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
No, that's wrong. Hero, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why's my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind,
Along with a
could
locker
you
that
take
was
a look
obviously
inside?
yours.
Yes.
So while we kind of go over
Sure,
this stuff
whatever
again
you
that we
want.
already know,
But I've
I'll
never
start
seen this
talking about
notebook
unused
before in my
executions,
life.
since I feel like it's pretty obvious at this point that basically everyone we have remaining here
Is something
is
wrong?
not gonna die
It's
in an
kinda
execution.
similar.
So let's
No,
start with Byakuya.
Even more than that.
Byakuya's unused
This is
execution is
absolutely
called
my
human
handwriting, without a
disqualification.
doubt.
Tagami is
But
dropped
how
in a
is this-
garbage can, which
I
then
don't
falls
remember
in a
ever
place that looks
writing
like
in this
hell.
thing.
Monokuma, dressed like an elementary school student,
No.
would appear and throw
No
rocks at
way.
him for looking
It
like a
looks
dirty
like you
hobo.
actually did attend class here at
Tagami
Hope's
would try to
Peak.
escape, but he would come out in a cold and snowy
But
place.
somehow,
He would eventually die from his
forgot all
wounds and
about-
hypothermia.
Lies! It's
God
all
damn.
one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
Yasuhiro Hagakure.
What is that?
His execution was called,
It's
would have
mine.
been called Quiz
And the
Time. I heard
handwriting
there's a
inside
chance
is
of
also
30%.
mine. There's no doubt about it.
Yasuhiro appears on a contestant on a quiz
But
show
just
set.
like Hero,
Before him, there are
I
3
have
doors
no
labeled
memory
A,
of
B,
ever
and C.
writing in it.
Therefore, there's a 1/3
And the reason
probability
for
that behind
that
one of the doors is his
2 years
execution.
of missing memories.
Yasuhiro first attempts to enter the A door. The door grows hands and feet and escapes.
Seeing all the
B does
evidence,
the same
do
thing.
you have any
Only door C
choice
is
but
left.
to
He
acknowledge
isn't
the
willing,
truth?
and a mouth appears on the
Just
door and
so
eats him.
desperately dark. The mystery
Wow,
solved,
that's
but it's like a
kinda
goddamn
weird.
funeral in here. Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral.
Uh,
Hell yes!
I love Punk Junko, by the
2 years
way.
of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you
Toko
missed out
Fukawa.
on?
First kiss prank.
How
Toko is
many
thrown
fun
into complete
classes?
darkness. In
How
the
many
distance,
school
Byakuya
events?
can be seen, so
This
she
was your
begins to run
chance to
towards
build
him.
lasting
Suddenly,
friendships,
a
right?
huge roller appears between the two of
And
them.
on top of
Though
that,
Toko tries desperately to
something tragically
escape,
sad
the roller
happened
catches
1
up
year
with her
ago.
and presses her paper thin, killing her.
The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Crossing her paper thin actually
Right
kill her.
before everyone's eyes,
Why don't you
the
paper
world
thin right
came
now?
crashing down.
No,
You
she's cardboard
absorbed
thin.
all that despair, but then
She also
you
based
forgot it all.
cartoons, so it's kind of gone over.
And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
You fucking bitch.
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then
and finally,
they always
a
fizzle out.
water illusion show.
This world
Ina
is
is put
just
into
so
a water
desperately
tank. Above the tank,
fucking boring.
Monokuma appears dressed as a magician and waves
What are
his
you
wand.
talking about?
The curtain falls, then raises again with a drum roll.
In a way,
Sharks appear in
I'm
the tank
jealous of all of
surrounding
you.
him. Monokuma waves his
To
wand
give
once again,
yourself
and the
over
curtain
so
falls.
completely to
As the
such
drum rolls and the
stimulating
curtain rises,
despair.
Ina has disappeared. She has been
Yeah,
eaten.
so figure out the rest for yourselves. I'm sick of expositioning all this shit.
Figure out what?
Figure out
Makoto
where your
and
memories
Kyoko's
come
again are
apart.
just canonically
That's at the
happening
heart
to
of
us.
all of this.
Yeah. I'm sad there's not a different
I
side
got
deal.
it! The moment I lost my memories, I can't think of any time other than that day.
That day.
When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall.
That doesn't make
When
sense.
I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk. I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
Time is just a construct
You
of
got
human
it,
perception.
honey. 2 years of memories? Gone. Which means, of course,
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this.
I love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it. All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind. Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school.
That is also something I'd see Junko doing, just changing the time of the morning announcements and the
Life
evening
during that
announcements.
first year overflowed
Yeah.
with hope
I mean, since they have no view
happiness.
to the outside whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
Let's just try to claw Fumi's eyes
I
out.
was gonna say, yeah.
it couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing.
For the people who were on the call with me last night, this is where I would be screaming memes.
A natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
Memes! The DNA of the soul!
Everyone is capable of it. And now the entire
We are
world has
nihilists,
fallen into
Kirigiri.
despair.
We believe in nothing.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once!
But you'll remember it like 5 more times.
To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter! That's right! It was transformed into a shelter! Ah, I said it twice!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
The Prime Minister.
I got it!
Steak.
Could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy.
I'm just imagining some guy with like
He
a
wanted
steak
to turn
hat
the
and steak
school
scepter,
into a
the Prime
shelter
Minister.
to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise. To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because
Oh,
we
that
had
was
that
dumb.
same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had
This is
no
a very
idea
P5
that we, the
vibe to
ultimate
it, this picture
despair,
here.
had already
Yeah.
made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair.
Wah, wah.
I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits.
That explains the
Under
sloppy
the
job.
headmaster's direction.
Yeah.
you
Fun
all
fact,
went about your
Sakura
work
was
like
putting
obedient
in
little
bolts in the walls with her bare hands.
We trapped
That makes sense.
ourselves
This is a
in here?
canonical fact.
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for
At this point, she's just juggling props.
to work.
Yep.
And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
You only let us live so we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match.
You know, like those other simple high school
Rather,
death matches.
it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
It's fine, Carol. Mukuro has an entire alternate universe where she gets better.
Yeah. We probably won't have time today to talk about it, but when we do our school mode playthrough next week, we'll
No, we
be talking
will
about
not have time today to talk about it, but we will talk about it quite a bit next week when we're doing school mode, because I'm not going to have a lot to talk about specific to school mode.
Now I understand. You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another.
That fourth trial, that 5-car pileup of motivations and bad ideas. Chef's kiss.
Isn't the power of television just amazing? By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious? But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Yeah, we'll get there, Carol.
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose
Oh,
you
my
guys
brother's
to
using big
survive
boy
when
words
all
now.
the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Killed your sister.
That's a lie. I
You've had it
just
coming.
figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too! Like right fucking now!
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless?
Hey, with the world having ended, there are castles up for
Been
grabs.
murdering each other?
Yes.
For nothing?
They're probably also really cheap now.
Think about
The
it.
castles are more
You
available now
chose
than
to
ever.
lock yourselves up here, then
And in a
started
way,
murdering
stepping's
each
probably
other to
fairly
get
easy.
out.
Yeah.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates.
Alright,
We'd
world's
spent
ending. Who
2
wants to pretend to be
years together.
vampires?
No,
sure, why not?
I can't laugh at that.
Oh, the better thing, though.
We
Yeah.
get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already!
Uh,
So help us! I'll do anything! Just help me!
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against
Byakuya
it.
is not
There's
actually
just
that
no
elegant
understanding
or
it.
eloquent.
No.
No argument, no understanding. What better
Byakuya is only
definition
eloquent
of
when he
ultimate
has the high
despair
ground. The moment his
could
legs
there
have been kicked out from under him, he's got
Wait,
nothing.
hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself. So I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes, truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying?
Meow! I
If
mean,
so,
yes.
What then?
Are you
Yes,
saying
now
you
let me
won't
have this
accept
fucking
the
box.
truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure. Trust me,
Yeah, they're all
I'm not
fine.
lying about any of this.
Says a liar.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you. For the sake of everyone
Nah,
you've
Toko will keep
killed.
them safe.
True.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them.
Killed your sister.
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
Yeah,
That's why anyone was
when are we gonna
murdered
bring
here,
up the fact
peasant.
that, according to school
Say
rules,
what
she
you
killed
want
another
about
person and lost in the
But we're
trial?
all creatures
Yep.
of instinct, right?
When we get to the end of this.
Oh, we'll get there.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
We're about to bring it up in the fact that
This
she's
isn't
going to
just
change
some
the
game
rules.
to us.
Keep
It's
in
murder.
mind,
Plain and simple.
we are still,
You
strictly
stole our
speaking, in the
memories.
trial.
Invented
Yeah.
reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner. It's all your fault.
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh?
Hope.
But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did you? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me and punish everyone on the side of hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't
Basically
worry, I
guaranteed
won't be
that
voting,
everyone's
of
voting
course.
for despair.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this!
Unless we pull some anime bullshit, sure.
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me
Well,
just mention one more thing. When I win to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
You mean we just...
We'd have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
The
Do you mean
mono
to say
wedgie.
You'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down! Makoto, you're up!
Me? Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them.
Okay.
If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No.
No, that's not it.
It's
No,
okay.
I don't.
You're right to be afraid. It
Have you
would
seen the
seem
previous
all
trials?
those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
You know, you're in the room, standing next to us. There are so.
Guys? It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried
Well,
to
you
trap
just
you all
guarantee that
here
she's going to vote
after
against
all.
that.
The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One
gave me my
person's
dead
despair
father's
is
vote.
enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
Who's going to live with the rest of their life with everyone else pointing out the fact they sacrificed
Nobody's
him?
gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
I mean, Kyoko's cool sacrificing you. Or established
So
that.
boring. Stubborn
Yeah.
till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the
I mean,
final
technically,
vote.
yes, but spiting your
Everything
father.
will come to an
Yeah, I was going
end.
to say, she's going to choose Spider
Your
Father on this
stupid
one.
argument.
And your stupid life.
See, what Junko doesn't realize is that we have a superpower. The superpower to literally shoot the despair out of our friends.
Oh my god.
Welcome to a very special bullet time debate.
I, like every other time something comes up, have to convince these idiots to go my way.
Yep. Okay, so, this is a very special bullet time debate. Its rules are very simple, once you figure them out. None of these matter.
Yep, not a single one of those is actually the bullet we use.
Nope.
Yep.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to
Hope.
die,
There's to absorb hope.
that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
And we have to shoot all instances of ... Eliminate all ellipses in the brains of our
Telling
teammates.
me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's
Right.
why. That's why. No matter what, I need to get out of here. The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
We won't give up! As long as there's
Now to
hope,
convince the
we'll
dead pitcher
never
of
give
Chihiro.
up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason
and
we're
so,
okay in here
interestingly,
Is thanks to the air
dialogue does
purifiers in the
change. So
physics
if
lab.
you go through the loops, it will loop the dots, except everybody you actually nail the dots for do
We'll
change.
then have dialogue.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've been thinking about all this. And I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do? Only
Punch
get
Junko?
stronger by
Yeah.
taking adversity
Yeah.
by the horns.
Literally crush her into a
Only
fine
pass
paste.
with enthusiasm. That sounds
Probably
like
drop one of the
something she'd
TVs
say,
on her
right?
from the wall.
No, she would have ripped her apart like Hulk did to Wolverine.
I think that's definitely what she'd say. Which is why yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to
Apparently.
an end.
Thank you, Jill.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look
Besides,
like
by
it.
staying in
I always
school, I
hated
already have a
school.
vision that I'll die an early death.
Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
That would be the end.
By
the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've. I can keep on living.
all of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Don't lose hope now.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you?
With word bullets, yes.
Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the Mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end. By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all. I can keep on living. All of you will have to. You'll have to go into the world outside.
I already said I would claim the Mastermind's life.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Oh, I didn't need to convince him. I already hit the button.
Punish despair. Oh, just like that?
Didn't
Yeah,
really
just
know
like that.
my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of.
That guy
He would
could go die in
never
a
want
fire.
us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly.
Even
But if
though
I'm
I
sure of
absolutely
anything,
abandoned
I'm
Makoto.
sure of that. Just because we don't actually
Attempt to
know
stay
anything.
here.
Does that mean we
A
can't
day ago.
understand?
Well, you
know.
Look, she felt bad about that, okay?
No.
And
no.
also, literally
No, I
everyone
thought it
else
was
who's
bad.
alive tried to kill someone except for
I don't think
Byakuya.
you wound up at this school because
Also,
you had
in
good luck
Kyoko's
or
defense,
bad luck.
it's also decently implied that she had that
I
planned
think you
out with
came
Alter
here
Ego.
for a different reason entirely.
Yeah.
You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever
Hence,
giving up.
you know, why she knew to go find you in the
And if
trash
that's
dump.
true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the?
All three of them say
hell
hope.
are you?
Yeah, but that was a daydream anyways.
And yeah, Hunter also called this earlier.
So uncool.
Wow.
Your
Yes.
stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other.
But of course, like every great thing in life, it doesn't come down to words, it doesn't come down to evidence. It's gonna come down to dance.
I would also like to note there's a sort of secret thing that happens here. It doesn't actually like reveal to you that it happens, but for this particular sequence, you actually have a special skill that activates called Hope, which is just literally every skill you have access to activates.
You dare to stand against us?
Hope is
It doesn't make much of a difference to us since we already had every skill we actually have on, since we had more SP than we needed. But yeah, at this time, for this final bullet time battle, you actually do have every skill you've unlocked turned on, regardless of whether you turn it on or not.
Unbearable. Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless. Suffer from despair. I just love despair. Suffer from despair. No, no. You suck. So uncool.
Don't forget to reload.
You dare to stand against us?
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Your idiocy ends here.
You're gross. Suffer from despair. I just love despair. You suck. So uncool. You're unbearable. Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
So one of the ones that
Suffer from despair.
Junko yells in here, everything is pointless right there.
Despair
In
into
the
tempo
Japanese, is in fact muda muda muda.
Fantastic.
Just useless, useless,
refuse to give
useless.
up.
She
I
does
refuse to
actually
give
do
forward.
the Dio
I
thing.
refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
Okay.
Hey. Well, you didn't fail.
Yeah.
Yep.
Overall, hey.
Yeah.
Have some money.
Woo.
Because
You did end the
Looks
last
like
thing
we've
on
reached
half
the
a heart.
end. I think
Yeah.
it's really time to vote.
I have said it many times, I don't claim to be good at the dance battle.
Lever, right?
you have trouble freeloading,
Good.
is really what it comes down
I'm
to.
ready to
Yeah.
go.
Well, it's because I have trouble
Let's
keeping
put an
track
end to
of
these
how many
trials.
targets are on the
Put an
screen,
end to the
how much
killing.
ammo I have, because I'm playing on a
With
very
our
large
own
monitor.
hands.
And I think that game would work better on a smaller screen, when you can,
Just
like...
reload on every beat.
Yeah.
The hell?
Indeed.
I lost? Well, that's just... What the heck? Well, that's just... totally the best! So this is despair. And now true despair.
Yeah, no, that seems on point for
And
her.
now
Yeah.
despair.
At least she's consistent with her theme.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she's getting up on this.
Totally the best!
Not possible. Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay.
Hope.
Don't put it that way ever again.
Hey,
Thanks for the words of encouragement.
however,
All of us were absolutely ready to throw Makoto under the bus, but then he did some kind of mind bullet thing?
No.
There's one last thing. It's fine.
I don't care what you have to say.
Monologuing.
it can't be.
Stop it! How many times do I have to tell you?
Don't get in my way!
Hit the button, Frank.
Now, the ultimate punishment,
So this is how the despair of death feels.
which is what the translation calls it.
So
Personally, I vastly
wonderful.
prefer
Even
the
a tenth of this
Japanese name.
despair. Even 100th.
So
I
the
want
Japanese
every
name
last
is
soul on this planet to
Chokokokyu
taste
no
such
Zetsu no Teki
despair.
Oshioki, which
I
roughly
want the
translates
entire
to
world
super
to
duper
die with that
nasty
despair in its mouth.
Wow.
Okay, let's do this.
Oh, despair eyes.
I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Also, like the Monokuma dragging her away, is her happily going with them.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah, she's not bothered by any of this.
No.
Fear is only for those people with hope.
Every punishment?
Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
It's a good thing that wasn't crushed.
Yep.
And that's how everything came to an end.
Chapter 6. The end.
We got the Monokuma hair tie present.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Oh, sorry. Shut off auto for some reason.
Ah.
And then we flip the switch and they turn it back on again.
Then we turn it back on.
Yeah.
Danganronpa.
I would almost argue that's a worse punishment for her.
Oh, what, her thing? Drama?
Yeah, in the stage drama.
Yeah.
Because her thing is she can't stand being bored, and if she got locked in Hope's Peak Academy, she'd absolutely be bored.
Mm-hmm.
Makoto.
Then we pressed the button, and the machine gun shot us all to death.
The ultimate zing!
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words,
But...
it's true.
Yes.
Yeah, have hope.
My beautiful scissors! Achoo!
It's done,
All right.
Coco. We're leaving.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't... No.
Not sure. Aww.
That's enough.
Uh-oh.
God damn.
Fair.
Anyway,
But...
For serious?
Yes, Makoto, the world is really big.
The world is huge.
In other words, am I wrong?
If you hope for hope, then you have hope.
That is how that works, technically. Show them a true world of despair. Wait, what?
There is a side story
You
manga,
got it.
which is pretty much entirely about Tagami doing exactly that.
Going and rebuilding the Tagami dynasty.
Hey.
Well, finding people out there that still have hope and having them work for him.
Okay.
Ah, it's time to grow the donuts.
Work for him doing what exactly?
Business things.
Could it be? How about
A
that?
thing.
Yeah, we actually covered the results of that in another game.
Okay.
Well, sort of.
Sort of, yes.
Doesn't actually explicitly get brought up that Tagami has been doing that in that other game where the
Makoto.
stuff happens, but
Well, we'll see when we get there, if we get there.
we will get there eventually.
I wasn't sure if it was one of the games you're doing.
Oh, we're doing.
We're planning
all
on
the
doing
games.
all the Danganronpa games. We're just gonna have breaks
Yeah.
in between them.
It just takes time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can go to the moon. Wait, probably not.
Wrong
Well,
series.
I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know.
Tagami's heart grew
I
3
can't
sizes
guarantee
that
I'll
day.
actually bother listening.
You
but,
still can't see
you
it
know.
without a microscope, but it has grown.
I don't know why, but I have a burning
Yeah,
desire
as
to
nice as
start
more
writing.
people would be. We're used to
I
streaming
might
to
be
basic
able to pull it
ones,
off.
so
A story
Yeah.
about Master and me.
We have
And
literally
the
had
others, I
streams
guess.
where we don't
I
have an
can't say
audience.
I'm
We're just
sorry
talking
about
amongst
what
ourselves
happened,
while we
but
play
still.
our game.
Yep.
Yeah.
It does feel
it's really
kind
just
of
an excuse to play
strange.
games with friends so people watch. That's fine.
Yeah, and clear a Steam
I really
backlog.
don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I guess we graduated?
Also to share misery, since, as I said, about half the crew here is blind to both the Danganronpa and Zero Escape games. So, those of us that aren't blind wanted them to suffer with the knowledge of that idiocy.
This one lives within its own headspace.
Yeah, this one isn't that bad, but the more they start going into the backstory and the tragedy...
Yes, Danganronpa 1 is decently fine. As you get into the extended Danganronpa universe through the rest of the games, it becomes worse and worse. It's not like Zero Escape, which assaults you with idiocy first off.
Yes.
And then gets better and then gets worse again. Because VLR is, I would actually say, a less intellectually painful game than 999, and then Zero Time Dilemma happened. ZTD is aggressively stupid. Yeah, so, front door opens.
Front door
As
opens.
it turns out, the skull was on the sun the whole time.
We'll never know. It's left entirely ambiguous.
Credits! There were credits on the other side of that door!
Well, obviously, it's the end of the game, so everything's off.
They're happy flowers.
Yeah.
A happy sun.
It is indeed time for Teletubbies.
So that is the end of Danganronpa 1.
Yep. It sets up a lot for the games going forward. I like it as a game on its own. Monomi there is a character we won't see until school mode. Because technically that's a character who appears in the second game, and then when they made Trigger Happy Havoc, she has a cameo in the first game's school mode, but not in the actual game itself. But yeah, so our plan going forward is we're going to be taking a break, and we're going to be going back to the world of the Nonary games.
Next week is going to be...
Oh, yeah, sorry.
The next week for us is going to be the alternate ending and then school mode.
Yes.
And then we'll be going back to the Zero Escape games with Virtue's Last Reward.
Okay, Zero Time Dilemma is the last one?
Yep.
Zero Time Dilemma is the third one, yes.
Yeah. And then once we're done with Virtue's Last Reward, we'll be going into the side story, which leads into the second game. Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls.
Which is a very different type of game.
Yes.
Genre-wise.
Yes. It is not a visual novel, it is an action game, effectively.
The information you learn into it helps you contextualize some things in 2, and thus we will be doing that one before going into 2 proper.
Also answers some of the lingering mysteries of 1. Through Ultra Despair Girls is where we actually learn what everyone's first motive was, who they saw on their DVDs. Through various reasons. And also introduces to me one of the funniest concepts in the entire Danganronpa world.
Oh?
But we'll get there.
Fantastic.
So one interesting thing of note that is not explicitly stated, when Hifumi got knocked in the head, he actually regained his memories of the 2 years they had lost, which is why he knew Celestia's real name.
Ah!
Yeah, he even says, I remember everything. Which, if you don't know anything about the memory loss, just means,
seems
you
like a
remember everything
throwaway
about
line,
murder.
he remembers his murder, yeah. No, he actually remembered the 2 years and, everything that happened right before he dies.
That does explain why he knew her name. Because I couldn't figure out why otherwise.
Yep, that's exactly what it was.
And that scene right there is the thing we got from the washboard in Chapter 3. That one picture.
Oh, Mondo Butter.
And yes, in every one of the pictures, Sakura's doing some extreme anime BS.
Standing there, menacingly.
Standing there, menacingly. But like all good movies,
After credits scene.
there's an after credits scene.
Fantastic.
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma, and I am this school's headmaster.
Bum bum bum.
Okay.
Easter egg.
I get it.
Okay, so we have now saved an epilogue save, which means apparently we are not able to create any new save files. The game has some kind of bug where once you've saved an epilogue save, you cannot create a new save file. You can overwrite an old one, which is how I have a pre-baked save file with the secret ending that we've been talking about. I don't know if we want to go into that secret ending now.
We
or
can start next week. We can start next week with it.
Yeah, we'll start next week with it. Anyway, so, thank you for joining us on this interesting and crazy ride through the main story of Danganronpa. Join us next week for some story discussion and demonstrating the school mode. And join us on Tuesday for a mystery game that we'll be starting and playing to completion. Or starting to play to completion, I should say. We're not going to finish it in one night, but we're probably going to actually be playing through it to its end. What game that is? You'll go on Tuesday to find out.
I gotta guess it already.
It's a secret to everyone.
It's a secret to everyone. Anyway.
Yep.
And then join us on Saturday for the actual start of the final chapter of Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky, second chapter.
Possibly one session, possibly two, depending on how we get through.
Possibly one, possibly two, depends on how we go through
dialogue, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's how quick is the game going to get through the story?
Yeah.
Until that time, though, thank you for joining us. I've been the Krampus.
I've been Bograt.
I've been Shiv.
I've been Hunter Green.
And I've been Vincent.
All right. And remember, stay safe out there.
Yep.
And,
Don't give in to despair.
Yeah, don't give in to despair. That's very important.
Or do, if that's what you're into.
Yeah.
Don't listen to
I ain't
that
gonna
person.
judge.
Have a good one, y'all.
Have a good one.
Yep.